Hola, minasan! Welcome back for another round of Try Stream. How's that sound? How's that sound? How y'all doing? Are y'all doing good? Are you doing good? I'm doing good, and I kind of messed up here. Hold on a second. Hola, minasan! Welcome back for another round of Try Stream. How y'all doing? Are you doing good? I'm doing good, and I did everything right. I forgot to hit the record button, and my introduction looked very dumb. Oh gosh, I hope y'all having a good time. We're going into the weekend. It's the end of the month, the end of September. Yes, we are at the end of September. So not much to do because I got to keep the stream short, very short today, because I got a bit of a business trip. So no games tonight, no visual novels, or anything else for that matter. I wanted to honestly, I wanted to do bolt gun, but the stupid thing when I switched to window mode wouldn't let me move the window. So I didn't know what to do. because I dual screen. I dual screen on here, so I'm kind of mad that that I can't get to, because I wanted to, I was like looking at the I decided to check out some. Okay, so all right, what happened was that I did my research, and Wes Hammer spoke about this sponsored Warhammer game. So I was like, well, let me see these free Warhammer games since they're on Steam, and I saw one that really did fit the channel, called Bolt Gun, Words of Vengeance. And I'm kind of mad because it fit the channel. It's all about, it's Typing of the Dead, but with Warhammer. You know what I'm saying? It's Warhammer Typing of the Dead. Simple enough, right? Right. So why am I not playing it? Because window mode won't let me move the window for my dual screening. So I gotta do all sorts of weird stuff to jigger it around. And unless somebody can help me solve that issue so I can move the game to the view screen, my viewing monitor, right, where I do all my gaming and research videos and such, then I gotta switch the thing around. So either I dedicate an entire show to the game and not do the lore research or read from the comments like I want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm forced to do one or the other instead of doing both like I would like to do. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to do like a couple of quick, just play a little bit because it's so, it's Typing of the Dead. It makes sense. You know what I mean? For the writing channel, that made total sense. So until I could figure that out, I do have the game. It's in my system and everything, but I gotta figure out how to move move this, fix that all up and everything. So something for y'all to look forward to, because I definitely want to do that on the next stream. I want to do that on the next Try Stream. So yeah, look forward to that, guys. Look forward to that. So tonight I got, of course, the monthly YouTube comments. All the research information you guys provided me. Thank you all so very much as always. Keep it up. You know what I'm saying? We're learning. What a month this was too. The whole Matt Ward arc finally came to an end, and I got back into Necron research. Return to Necron research. I'm looking at. I already did one video this week, and I'm looking to do one more. And moving on to the next faction. I believe, if I understood correctly, there's supposed to be a new faction. There's supposed to be the Space Dwarves called Photon, I believe. I don't know if I understood that correctly, or or if I got it right. But I do have viewer request for the Votan. I think they're supposed to be the Space Dwarfs. I would like to jump into that very quickly, because I know it's going to be a very short. That one's going to be a very short research, because there's not much. You know, they're fairly new, so there's probably not like a lot of lore. But I wouldn't mind seeing how they handled a whole new group of people. You know what I'm saying? See how that looks like before moving on to the next faction. On our way to getting to humans, getting to the humans. Yeah, if you're wondering why I'm not starting with the humans, because humans is very common in all fiction. You know what I mean? And if I want to really understand the humans, I want to understand the other factions in Warhammer. You know, have fun with the other factions. Think if you ever played the video game Gyrus from Konami, it's an old arcade game. It was published by Konami subsidiary Ultra Games on the NES. But basically, the way the arcade works is that you're traveling through the solar system. And your first stage is Pluto, and your last stage is Earth. So you start from Pluto, and every single subsequent planet leading up to Earth, the last stage. And that's basically how I'm doing this here. I'm kind of doing like that type of setup. I'm starting all the way at Pluto, namely the orcs, and working my way to the humans, which is Earth, to get to the whole thing there. So that's why it's gonna, that's why it's a very long research. It's a very, very long research, along with BattleTech as well. I was thinking, of how I would like to be able to end BattleTech, and I figured the Secession Wars was the perfect way to come to an end to the research. I still want to finish up the rest of the factions, of course. Say like you guys said in the comments, it's very, it'll take years to cover BattleTech, but and BattleTech Mech Warrior, and unfortunately, because of the fact that I have priority, thanks for the likes. Because I'm on priority 1 right now with Trucker no Bouken, writing up Trucker no Bouken. I've kind of got myself content farming, which was something that I was trying to avoid. Saying content farming the same channels, the same stuff, over and over again. Namely, in this case here, Warhammer, BattleTech, and Skibidi Toilet. That's why I was hoping to have ended Skibidi Toilet, but then I saw that I still had one more recommendation, which was the Skibidi Zombie stuff, and now I ended up with another recommendation, which is Skibidium. It's very easy to say, oh, you got an audience captured, but the thing is, if I want to that's why it's called recommendations, because it doesn't necessarily mean I have to do it, but I'm having fun with Skibidi Toilet. I mean, come on, you see me put up TV Man on here. You see me put TV Man on here, so I think that says a lot what it is. And you guys have been sending me to some good stuff here, but there was also a couple of comments that I had come across, pointing out that there were some bad stuff that I covered. The first with regards to the fan made, which was that Skibidi Zombie one from a whole different channel. But here's the thing, and I do want to make sure that's very clear for all of you. I do have to watch some bad stuff. I know it may not seem like fun and everything, but in order to better myself as a writer, I gotta be able to research bad stuff too. You know what I'm saying? Bad shows, bad fan mades, bad research. You know what I'm saying? Because if I only learn the good stuff, I will blind myself from the bad stuff, and I will create something bad. I will create a bad story or a bad product, and that's not gonna do you guys good, because you're investing your time and money into my works. You're buying up my books, you're buying up my merch, you're also watching my videos and so on, and I gotta be able to learn, some of the bad stuff. Try and recognize the bad stuff. Spot the bad stuff. Because in doing so, I could better myself a writer. Does it mean I'm always going to be perfect? Oh, no. I'm not going to be the perfect writer, or the perfect creator, the perfect storyteller or anything. But the point is to minimize as best as possible anything that can ruin the product. You know what I mean? Look at Back to the Future. Back to the Future is studied in many places in cinema, cinema schools and art schools and such. And it still had a few blemishes, believe it or not, if you recognize some of the mistakes. But because the movie was so spot on good from start to finish, people, largely ignore it. They acknowledge it. They acknowledge, well, why didn't Marty remember, the new past that after he changed the whole past, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Those type of questions. But it's largely passed off, saying, like, people like, yeah. But wasn't that awesome what happened when he was skateboarding while being chased by Biff? Saying that's what I'm saying. That's why I have the this book here. Let me pull this here. Yeah. You see, that's why I have this book, and I recommend every writer. Definitely recommend. This was recommended by my colleague, good dear colleague, friend of mine. Very supportive. The 38 Most Common Fiction Writing Mistakes by Jack M. Bickham. I do recommend this for for all you writers out there, because it does point out, like, fiction mistakes. The trappings from lecturing your audience to bad characterization, the things to watch out for. So, yeah, I don't have to watch every bad thing, but what I'm saying is that if it is a bad thing, if it's a bad show or bad research or something, it is perfectly fine, to watch and observe. Look for what was wrong with it and point it out and such. If it looks bad, and you're gonna see that. Eventually, once I get through the first book of Trucker no Bouken, because the English language version is done, and I'm working through the Japanese language version right now. I'm on chapter 3. Once I get done with the first book and get those 6 chapters up into SYOSETSU, and start working on book 2, which covers 7 through 12 on SYOSETSU. Hopefully I can work out my a new workflow and scheduling, so that way I can start bringing up the anime. Because right now I had to put anime on the shelf, on hiatus. I stopped at episode 29 on City Hunter. If I remember the number correctly, I believe I'm at episode 29. I completed from Old Country Bumpkin to Master Swordsman. Gundam G-Guags, I'm not sure if I could be able to get that up. This is Bandai Namco and Sunrise. They're very, very strict with copyright. And I got lucky. With Gundam G-Guags, when I was researching it live. Then I have Magilumie, and then I got Magilumie, which is done also. And did I do one more? Yeah, I did one more. Let me see here. Gundam G-Guags, City Hunter, Old Country Bumpkin. Yeah, I think that was it. Now I can't remember, unfortunately. my fourth one. It escapes me at this time. That's how far removed now I'm from the anime, the anime research. But once I could get this done and work out a whole new workflow, then I could start doing the anime, because the anime takes about 2 to 3 hours to edit, because I gotta cut everything down, and then I gotta fight the copyright. Then I gotta fight the copyright on YouTube, which means I have to continue to re-edit over and over and over again, and that's been and it's a big nightmare. It's a big nightmare to do all that. So upcoming research. Glitch got the new pilot for Knights of Guinevere. Definitely am Looking forward to researching that. There's Bond by Giguk. I heard that was good. Viewer recommended animated versus animation from Alan Becker. So I got those on tap. Let's see. Oh yes, and Hell of a Boss Shorts number 7 is out. I'm waiting for number 8. I'm waiting for number 8 to come out so that way I could do both of those back to back. Just like I've done with the other shorts, I do 2 shorts per research. So there's that. There's still a couple other things there is one other thing that I do want to address regarding Skibbity Toilet, but I'm going to wait until I reach the end of the comments. But big thanks, most especially big thanks to everybody who subscribed this month. For the month of September. Welcome to the channel. I hope you all are having a good time watching the research. I hope that they've been very helpful. Oh yes, and I had been archiving more research. Magic the Gathering, Captain N. I'm trying to expand out a little bit more, but again, Trucker no Bouken is priority 1. I'm trying to get a whole new book done and released for all of you, both in English and Japanese. Trying to get that, try and get it done. So that's why it's always been the same 3, and that's why I've been caught up. That's why I've been caught content farming. And for the good part, Warhammer and BattleTech has been very good content. Good content farming. I picked a good. I got lucky and picked the right ones. You know what I'm saying? And didn't find myself throwing darts trying to find a good strong thing to content farm. And Skibbity Toilet, listen, you guys did me more of a favor. Finding me, recommending me a few more to keep it going. So at the very least, I'm not stressed out. Saying that's why I'm able to do these try streams at the end of the month. I was hoping that I could have done this every week, try streaming every week with you guys, but it's not really gonna be much possible. I do have to keep my Fridays clear out so I could get Trucker no Bouken done. So yeah, got you all. I think I got you all up to speed. I know, especially those of you who want the anime research. I do, like I said, I do apologize, but it does take 2 to 3 hours. I'm one person. I don't have an editing team. If I had an editing team, those things would have already been posted up a long time ago. So I do apologize if you've been waiting for long, and I do thank you for your patience and understanding. But yeah, getting another book done is really of high priority, and is very high priority because I can't just sit on The Impossible Man forever. I want to be able to ask y'all for I do want to include Trucker no Bouken as part of my sign off. All right. Let's get with the comments. All these nice research notes from all you guys out there on the channel. Thank you all very much for helping me out on this. All right, so let's start off with from my research and reaction to every Necron character explained, or at least the important ones. Mike Shenanigans 8893. The Infinite and the Divine is not a comedy, however it has comedic moments and is quite an enjoyable read. I gotta get my hands on that book. It sounds, ever since I heard, yeah, I want to get that book because it sounds really fun. For Warhammer that's supposed to be all grim and dark and brooding and Batman, I gotta say, the Necrons really I find to be the most comical. I find them to be a very comical group, actually, the Necrons. Not so much because of the way they are, you know what I mean? It's the way they are. Where the orcs are awesome because they're party dudes, everything's a party to them. fighting is a party to them. But for the Necrons, I find it to be comedic, very comedic because of what they went through, and then they got the and they got my man who just collects people and artifacts, like in the Marvel, like the collector in the Marvel. And then they had that one, and then they had my man, my other guy. He'd be like, they're about to screw us over, and they just like, hey, here's the first one to get turned into a robot. They're like, we don't want to hear this. I know I forgot their names. Y'all gonna kill me, aren't you? All right. From the First Secession War, Phony War Research Reaction. Crackling voice. The point behind the profligate use of WMDs during the first 2 secession wars was asset denial. If one faction was about to lose, then they would just flip the table and nuke the winner. This happened a lot. The great houses and clans all maintained stockpiles of WMDs throughout the setting. The Ares conventions were enacted by the great houses at the end of the Age of War, just before the Star League was founded, as a set of basic laws governing warfare between those great houses, excluding the periphery, which the Capcom took advantage of immediately in an attempt to invade the Taurians. Yeah, the whole nuke thing is pretty it's pretty mind-blowing. I could tell you all that much. I could tell you all that much. The having listened to Vanderplank's first 2 episodes, the Armageddon and the Apocalypse, it's like, are you serious? The default setting of engagement is just drop a nuke onto a city of 10 million people, and then leave the entire planet with 1 billion dead. It's pretty insane, but I do get it, because I was informed that this was set during the Cold War. That this game was built in the Cold War era, so this was like a Cold War fear, and that makes perfect sense. There was plenty of fiction back in the 80s regarding post-apocalyptic nuclear holocausts. The Day After. What was that one from Britain? Spaces. No, not Spaces. It was just one word, plural. Oh, and then there was, of course, When the Wind Blows, which was also Britain. From Britain, and then in Japan they had Barefoot Gen, sorry, Grave of the Fireflies. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And of course there was from the U.S. The Day After, which was pretty versatile. So it makes perfect sense that they would lean into that very hard in the 80s with BattleTech. Vicro65, Aerotech is the aerospace combat system, if I remember correctly. I want to play that in BattleTech. If I can get my hand, if I can find that, and it's and the budget is good, I want to pick that up, the aerospace combat system. The Yellow Jesters. I think the really cool thing about this is that while it's possible to play in the First Secession Wars era, literally all of this is a lore dump that's not even necessary to know to play the game. I got a few friends into BattleTech, and while one was interested in this nitty-gritty detail, the rest I summarized very briefly. If you don't already know, space in BattleTech mostly operates as it would in our real world, with Newtonian physics being key, like gravity needing spinning parts of the ship, etc. If you want a full picture of the war, Science Insanity has a shorter video that summarizes the war. Mind you, it's more of a humorous back and forth between 2 people, and less of a documentary style like Sven has, but the information and description are still really good and hold a lot of value. It might be worth a gander. Yeah, thank you for that recommendation, the Yellow Jesters. Yeah, Science Insanity was really they did a pretty good job, talking about the First Secession War in a non-documentary like. It was very insightful. From the Every Necron Faction Explained research. MK Starstorm 8822 said, Wes Hammer has several videos like this in style and quality for other 40k factions. I'd recommend his Adaptus Mechanicus and League of Votann. So yeah, the League of Votann. I need a clarification on that. If that's the new race faction, because I want to cover them after the Necrons, since they're the youngest and probably will be the shortest, quickest of research. Get them out of the way, and get a good idea of what they are. That this Mechanicus, I found that they're the humans. So don't worry, MK Starstorm. Once I get to the humans, I will be covering this Mechanicus. Once I get to the humans, really, it's probably going to be the longest because it's got the most build out of all the Warhammer. Hence why I didn't want to go and start off with them, because I would have been dealing with humans forever, and I wanted to go through all the other races and factions. From Science Insanity, First Secession War Research, Vicroll65 said, as to the Star Wars jokes, Battletech was originally called Battle Droids until Lucas filed or threatened the lawsuit because he had a copyright on the word droid. I think Steiner and Davion space already equaled half. Adding Leal territory may have pushed it over 3/5 of the inner sphere. I think it's around the time of the Fourth Secession War that Hauser Steiner and Davion joined to form the super state of the Federated Commonwealth. Yeah, looking at the map, Steiner and Davion is most definitely very, very big. And those two houses are insane. I gotta say, they're like, oh yeah, we're all about the freedom, but then they just go crazy when it comes to war. The Super State Federated Commonwealth, that's something I'll keep an eye on to see exactly how that worked out. I still got a few more houses to go. Yeah, because I still got what, three more, right? Because I jumped right into the clans after, what was it, House Davion? No, I did Steiner and then went straight to the clans because what Steiner did to them. Oh man. Tukai. From the Scooby Wars episodes 73 to 75 Legacy Research, Fufis Animation says, I think you understand, but still I'll say Legacy episodes is the episodes that Freelance wants to remake after a series end. They're not that important to watch, and series can be watched from episode 76. Let's see, 3-minute mark, 3-minute 5-second mark. As I said, it's Toilet Inventor, aka Scientist Toilet. He's using his small mech only in this episode because his driller machine was destroyed. 3:31 mark, it's not a hole, it's just his TV design. At the 4:48 mark, no one still understands why it's white, but it won't appear anymore though. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. Thank you. 5:23 mark, Plunger and TV Plunger are different characters. Originally, Plunger Man will appear in episode 101. 542, it's Necromancer Toilet, very important character. He came from Otherworld, same Profound Toilet, and some other characters that didn't appear yet. And 619 mark, this Speaker Man is infected by Necromancer. Ah, okay, so that's what happened to him. All right, so and again, I gotta reiterate, okay. Just because something is going to be irrelevant doesn't mean that it's not researchable. Gotta make that very clear. Nothing, if it's something that I can research and I can get some benefit out of it, it will be researched. The whole point of why I was researching Legacy episodes, so that when he eventually does his retcon and retcons those first episodes, I want to do a comparison to see what a rewrite looks like from the point of view of a video. You know, saying what a video rewrite will look like when it's actually done. And especially with those videos being taken down, because I had noticed that he was taking some of those videos down. That's would have been a missed opportunity to see what it would look like when it was done, and then compared to the new footage when that gets uploaded. every facet of writing is always important, especially when you want to do something like retconning and rewriting, things like that. You want to be able to understand how other people do it and what they have done. You know, saying to get a good insight, maybe something that can help you, you know, learn how to better your rewrites. Because remember that in writing, any form of writing, whether it's music, poetry, fiction, non-fiction, documentary, you have to write and rewrite and rewrite and rewrite, which is basically unpublished retconning. And you want to make sure that what you want in your works is actually there. You know, what you want to say is there and clear and such. And learning how other people do their rewrites and their retcons is a very rare thing, because usually when it comes to rewriting is usually done behind the scenes, and nobody gets to see that. Even fellow writers don't get to see that. And retconning, and this is basically going to be a rewrite. What's happening, what Freelance is doing, is basically a rewrite, and that's a rare opportunity. But you won't get to understand that if you don't see what the original was. You know, so even though they're not important to you, they are important to me and maybe other writers who are interested in learning writing. This could be valuable information for all of us, and maybe even for you guys if you're interested in understanding, wanting to learn and understand how a rewrite and a retcon works. Because sometimes a lot of these companies, they love to rewrite, they love to retcon, you know, their properties, their IPs and such, and sometimes they come with disastrous results, you know. And sometimes you're left scratching your head wondering, why would they do that? And sometimes you get that one rare opportunity, like in this case here, to see, you know, what would happen. Because that's the big question: will the retcons of these early Virulence works gonna fit, you know, and work with the current canon, or is it going to mess up the canon? Thanks again for the likes. Or is it gonna mess up the current canon? That's what makes it so fascinating. How's Freelance gonna pull this off when it happens? So yeah, that's the nature of this whole research. You know, it's a big benefit for all of us. It's not every day we get that. Blue Blood 1.0 says, I think you misunderstand. Freelance will only finish the retcon when the entire series is finished, and the Legacy series episodes will be remastered as the prologue or Start of the War series. So I suggest you just react to season 19 onwards, as what you're waiting for will take months to do so. What happens in season 19 onwards won't contradict the events of the Legacy episodes, and you'll still be able to follow along. So yeah, thanks for giving me that heads up, because I didn't want to continue on with the series if I'm not going to get if I'm going to not have the whole of the story correct. But if it's not, if the canon, if the retcon is just going to act as a prologue of sorts, which is why I'm so fascinated to see if the prologue is going to, you know, recontextualize what he's already doing. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna resume the Skibidi Wars after I finish up the Skibidi zombie toilet thing, and then I'll probably close out the research with Skibidium, which is another one that was recommended. So yeah. Yeah, this will also give a chance if Freelance. We don't know how long Freelance is going to take, but if the length of time going through Skibidi Toilet is the same length of time that we may end up getting the retcons, we might get lucky. If not, well, I'll just keep on trucking with season 19 onwards. After the toilet, because the Skibidi Toilet, the reason why I had to why I'm on Skibidi Zombie Toilet, just so y'all understand, 4 people recommended that. That's very hard to ignore, and this was going back a year, but I completely lost the comment, and I was so happy to have found it when I had received recent comments the past couple of videos regarding and I was able to find the original, so I was able to give proper shout out to all those who recommended. That's something I really couldn't legitimately ignore. Like 4 different people was definitely interested in seeing my take on that. So yeah, they had to get put on the queue. So there we go. From the Battle Rant 3 research. So who are the good guys? I still say Amaris after what he did. I believe he's the genuine bad guy. Jason32272 said, at the 6-minute mark, my understanding, based on the rules as published in the 1990s, is that the average tech level on any world in Battletech is comparable to the mid-20th century, barring imported tech from more advanced worlds. That means the average planet can manage Korean War era tech at best, World War II level for a slightly larger percentage, and a number can't manage World War I level production. No wireless communications infrastructure, little computer technology, and in some cases, not even internal combustion engines can be locally produced. This means many worlds, for their local militias, rely mostly on World War II tank technology on their armored units and infantry that may or may not have squad level automatic weaponry, which goes a long way to explaining how an invading lance of just 4 mechs can be such a massive threat that most worlds are willing to nearly bankrupt themselves to acquire a few lances of light or medium mechs for local defense, along with the very in-demand trained personnel to maintain said mechs. After all, any mechs, techs, and spare parts need to be from off-world if local production has a hard time managing World War II STS. Considering the setting of considering the year this was made, it kind of makes perfect sense, and I'm very impressed that so far the lore meisters were not tempted into updating the technology. Think of like what's been happening with the Simpsons. The Simpsons always keep on adjusting Marge and Homer's origin, how they meet up with regards to the time period, to modernize and update to the technology. When I saw the first 9 years of the Simpsons, they were like in, I think it was like what, the 60s or 70s, right around that time, and they had Bart and Lisa like in the late 70s, early 80s. Maggie came just a few years later. So everything from that time period was like the 60s, 70s for Homer and Marge. But then 5-7 years later, they updated it and put Marge and Homer's meetup in the 90s, I think, if I recall correctly, in the 90s. So that way they could be able to match up with the 2000s tech and the 2010 tech. And now, recently, they updated Marge and Homer's meetup date to being the 90s. Right. It was the 80s. Yeah, like the 2000s, I think, now that Marge and Homer first met. They updated it to that, like right around that time period. So that way the technology of the Simpsons can match the technology today. The fact that the lore meisters didn't do that in BattleTech and updated it with AI and Siri and such like that, and still holding on to the 1980s Cold War era aesthetic and linking that to World War II tech is very impressive. Because that's not easy to do, to be able to hold on to that and resist the temptation. It's pretty amazing, how they do that. VicRule65, I commented on the original video that the villain is always your opponent. This is a game setting after all, but there's still some nuance to the question when playing narrative games. On you invading for resources because your enemies showed weakness? Are you facing pirates or invaders? Are you stirring strife within your own faction to incite them to war or rebellion? Did someone find an abandoned warship or Starleague cache and everyone rushing to claim it? You may not even know all the details of why you're fighting until the dice rolls is done. You learn a few more details. A lot of good BattleTech content out there. Try to consume it in 30-minute bites once a week. It's going to take a few lifetimes. Hence why I'm in the Secession Wars now. With the exception of a few more houses, the remaining houses that I gotta research. I may end up finishing after the Secession War. So still tons of content. Plenty enough content for all you BattleTech fans out there. So don't worry about that. It's not going away anytime soon. But Secession Wars is the end game for the research. Derek the First says, interesting video. I'd seen the content you're responding to a while back, and at the time I was more struck by the comments telling Voice of Iron that he was wrong to treat the deaths of hundreds of millions of Asian people as anywhere near as important as has Davian's personal honor. Well, I stand by him on that. I'm less sympathetic to the whole these days. Broadly speaking, it seems like you're getting a lot of misinformation by relying on secondary BattleTech sources, and as just by the books isn't a particularly reasonable response to that. I guess I should make some points on where this lore video goes wrong. 1. The Federated Suns doesn't have a national parliament. The first prince is an autocrat who rules through regional warlords. Individual planets can sometimes vote for local government, but local leaders are completely powerless in the face of central authority. Number 2, similarly, the Free Worlds League wasn't a democracy, it was a republic. Provincial representatives in the League Parliament did not need to be elected locally, and the representation was weighted based on the wealth of the province. Don't think USA for these guys, think Rome. Gotcha. 3. The Creditas should have gotten some credit for stopping the FedCom offensive in the War of 39. The Fourth Secession War killed 500 million people. 39 would have done the same thing without Theodore Kurita's daring and Takahashi Kurita's conspicuous courage. Indeed, if they hadn't checked Davian's rampage, there would have been a war of 48 directed at the Free Worlds League, which that pushed the body count even higher. Neither Kurita was the best person of his age, but if we're considering human life to be the most precious thing, they surely have a great deal of karma in the bank. Number 4, Voice of Iron begs the question when talking about Tues. How did he did a good, okay job of showing that the successor states are pretty horrible, but then wants to say that Comstar is saving the inner sphere, by which he means the ruler of the successor lords, from the clans is definitely a good thing. Well, that can only be true if the clans are worse than the successor states, which takes us to the next point. Number 5. When Voice of Iron finally discusses the clans, there's practically no discussion of their society. He basically assumes that clan society is wrong and evil to such an extent that no discussion of it is really necessary. This is clear from him praising the clans which adopted Innisphere values. We get an admission that clan civilians living free from war is good, but nothing on clan civilians being guaranteed housing, education, and healthcare. Nothing on the pervasive character of clan civilian democracy. Imagine voting not just for distant government leaders, but also for your managers at work. No clarification that the clan caste system has fluidity due to retesting. Obviously, there are a lot of people who hate all of this stuff because, well, it looks like communism, and many people hate communism. And in some books, we're straight up told that clan society is a variation of Maoism, but not going into details and resting on the implication that's all bad, that's dirty. Number 6, I have to tackle a passing reference because it's so egregious. Victor Steiner Davian was in no way a good person. He was an ultra-elitist who believed that ordinary people were barely sentient. Those exact words showed up in Michael Stackpole's Ghost War, a novel that Voice of Iron probably hasn't read, but the attitude dripped off him in every scene, and spent much of his later years writing apologetics for genocide, as in his notorious account for the Reunification War. In this, he's perhaps just typical of the Inner Sphere's aristocracy, but to present him as one of the good guys of the setting is beyond wrong. Number 7, Voice of Iron rather tellingly doesn't mention the periphery, and to be blunt, that's because he knows there's no case for them being just as bad as the Inner Sphere. 7a, the magistracy of Canopus. Wow, how do you pronounce that? The magistracy of Canopus is extremely not bad. They're a libertarian hellscape like the Inner Sphere, but they're a well-run and peace-loving libertarian hellscape. So if there's nothing better, they'd probably be good guys by default. 7B, the Taurian Concordat, Calderon Protectorate, and the Outworlds Alliance were far more decent societies than what you'd get under the House Lords, with extensive civil and political rights for their citizens and a demonstrated commitment to diplomatic resolution of disputes and peaceful development. They weren't perfect, and all three had their troubles and shortcomings. The Alliance in particular has been ravaged by Intersphere attacks, and life could be very hard there, while the Concordat would eventually collapse into dictatorship. But unlike the Intersphere, they don't have an encyclopedia of atrocities to explain away. And 7C, the Rimworld's Republic was a decent country before the Terran hegemony staged a coup and put their murderers, Amara's lackeys, in charge. And the few years between the final ouster of the Amara's government and Haustein destroying the Republic were characterized by truly selfless heroism. The Democratic Rim provincial government sent its best and brightest to fight for the freedom of the hegemony, comparable to Algerians fighting to liberate France or Irish fighting for English freedom, and they freed the Terrans at the price of their own country. So yeah, thanks. Thank you for clarifications on that. You know, I noticed that Voice of Iron really glossed over the clans, especially after I had done a few videos, a few video research on the clans and seen a lot more to them. You know, from Kerensky's Exodus down to the Battle of Tues. It's pretty crazy how, and Rausa House, it's pretty crazy, you know, how the clans have managed to be able to survive outside in the periphery and being able to wedge themselves into the inner sphere the way that they did. It's later in the later years of BattleTech. It's pretty insane, quite honestly. And yeah, that really shouldn't be ignored, because they do play a very prominent role in the whole of the franchise. You know, because they are linked to Kerensky's Exodus, and we got to see, you know, over time the result of said Exodus, and how they handled dealing with the five houses cannot be understated, quite honestly, because the clans are having a big impact on the whole Innisphere as a whole at this point. From my Breaking the Lore research, Vicro65 says, in 40k, Rogue Trader First Edition has substantially different lore than 3rd Edition on. I don't think I've looked at 2nd Edition to see the bridge. Also, haven't looked at anything since the 7th, 8th Edition. Rogue Trader was a homemade system submitted by an employee to Games Workshop when they started talking about making a game of 4. Making a game for some sci-fi minis they're already selling. I guess that second edition hammered out the storyline players are now familiar with. Originally, Space Marines weren't pure human experiments. You could half-breed human and Eldar Marines in Rogue Trader. There are other concepts that don't fall into the storyline that followed its release. Rewriting lore in most editions of 40k is made simpler in that the timeline never advanced, thus making each edition feel like a rough draft lore-wise, to me at this point anyway. Existing players want to keep what got us into the game. If you have non-players demanding changes before they'll buy, better to stick with those already buying. Why alienate current customers to appease theoretical customers? If every edition is a retcon, then there's no reason to create lore. Personally, I prefer the ambiguous 3rd edition fluff. Every codex had bits and pieces of various stories, enough to give you an impression of what was going on, but nothing concise. I read a number of the Horus Heresy novels, not my thing. I preferred the murky history and rumor of the codex fluff pieces and shorts. Black Library novels were still fun reads, beer pretzel and sci-fi, as one BattleTech author called his own writings. Enjoy the hobby in the best way suited to your taste, whether that's reading, painting, or gaming. Thanks for for that. Yeah, enjoy the hobby best suited to your taste. I most certainly will. You know, if I could, you know, I'm not sure. If, well, we'll see what happens. You know, with Warhammer. Shoot, man, I went through a whole diatribe with that one, didn't I? I completely forgot. I'll probably have to listen to what I said all over again. Because that was yeah, because it was about from the writing standpoint, wasn't it? You know, retconning what we creators were looking for the whole thing. You know, it's you know, there's a lot to creation. There's always a lot to creation, but as I always point out, we gotta, as creators, we gotta still, you know, respect the time and money that our audiences are investing into our works, and to do the best we can to deliver the best possible product, and not really make our audience and fans the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? That's why I still stand by that we need to partition ourselves, you know, and not interact with fans so much. Let the fans interact with each other, and let them have their flame wars and their fights or their agreements and so on. And we just do and we just don't do anything that would, you know, that would essentially, you know, make their time and money come off a waste. You know, it could be done. It could be done. First secession, more political overview research. If you think of planets in Battletech as countries on Earth, you'll realize not every planet can support a large population. Absolutely true. In fact, we can even go so far as looking at Wyoming and Alaska. Look how big Alaska is and its population number. So yeah, that makes logical sense. Oh, sorry, I didn't write down who wrote this. Oh no. Oh no. Cardinal sin. Cardinal sin. We'll solve this in 2 seconds now. Let's see. First Secession War. The political overview. I do apologize for that. I completely forgot to write down who did this. Political overview. Actually, why am I going through all this? Playlists. That's what we have playlists for. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Here we go. Political overview. Vickril65. There we go. Vickril65. Vickril65 said, if you think of planets in Battletech as countries on Earth, you'll realize not every place can support a large population. Some planets aren't easily habitable, but have a wealth of minerals to mine. You'll get settlements like the old lumber camps or gold rush towns. They're gone when the minerals dry up. Some planets may be poor in minerals, but good for agriculture. They'll draw the hard work, working self-sufficient types, but minimal industrial interest. Probably the best to live on. Little to draw the attention of militaries or bandits looking for salvage. Earth-type planets that are good for both are going to be in high demand and contested for. So, yeah, it does make absolute sense. I mean, look no further than Greenland. Look at the population. Look at the size of that country. It's pretty insane. And it does make sense. It's just that my brain couldn't comprehend planet size, because when you think about the size of the planet, it's 1,000 times bigger than Greenland, right? 1,000 times bigger than Alaska, and it holds very small population numbers. It's pretty hard to process. And yeah, there are some planets that would make sense, would be very hostile environment and such. That you wouldn't be able to have a very large population unless you find, an Earth type planet. Then you could be able to really build up a good sizable, a good proper billion people on the planet. So yeah, it's just that it was very difficult for me to process, that a planet of immense size would have a population of Greenland or Alaska or Wyoming. like that. You get what I'm saying? But it is not discounted and not impossible to do. It would make sense in that regard. Again, more fascinating world building out of that. All right, from every edition of Warhammer Research, Bilingual65 says models are supposed to be what you see is what you get. So you can make a box of 10 Space Marines, army I'm most familiar with, as basic Marines with bolsters and chainswords, or you can make one a sergeant with power sword and 2 special weapons, or you can make 2 squads of 5 with a sergeant and special weapon of each. It's kind of a way to save shelf space for Game Workshop. A single box of 10 Space Marines can be used to make several different units within an SM Codex 1. 40K's on 10th edition now, I believe. I remember Ward now. He named everything in the Space Wolves Codex as Wolf something. Wouldn't surprise me if he did something similar with other armies. And now I'm trying to remember if it was the 4th or 5th Chaos Codex that was popular. Almost gave Battletech levels of force customization. I blamed him for the wrong codex. It was Phil Kelly. Matt Ward is responsible for the Blood Angels having blood in the name of most of their special equipment. Thanks, BigRoll65. Really, thank you very much, especially BigRoll65 for helping me out with my Matt Ward arc. You came in clutch, big time. MK Starstorm 8822. If you're looking to play a low level count game of 40k, then the Kill Team format could be worth a look. It is based around games between single squads instead of whole armies, so most factions only a single box to play. The rules for the game and its faction teams are free on the Warhammer community website. It might be interesting to see you have a look into the available factions. So yeah, with thanks to the comments recommending a couple of Kill Team videos, which we're going to be seeing one tonight. We're gonna see a video on that tonight. It doesn't look like well, yeah. I mean, as long if it's cost effective, I could go for that. And since it sounds like it's a good pickup game, saying that fits along what I would like to do for Warhammer. You know what I mean? I'm definitely more along the line of casual, even though I'm going hardcore in with the lore and such. In terms of playing the game, I definitely see myself as casual. Believe me when I tell you guys, my Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Pokemon trading card game collections are extraordinarily large. Let me put it this way. Because I'm playing Commander format now. In the Commander format, it's 100 card decks, and I have 23 decks. That means I got 2,300 Magic the Gathering cards. Singles, singletons, and between singletons and lands. 2,300 cards, and I still have 7 boxes of Magic the Gathering to go through. It's pretty insane. So I'm trying to be careful, not to jump into a new game like, say, like Warhammer or BattleTech, and I'm finding myself buying hundreds and hundreds of figurines, but I'm not actually playing the game. Saying I want to try and keep it casual and light. Because it's a very big investment. I've been very fortunate that I found a pod, a commander pod, consistently. So I've been getting my money's worth for the past couple of years with commander. But finding a Warhammer group is very difficult, and I don't want to invest in all of the best in all these figurines, and I've only showed one game for it, so that's what I'm trying to be extra careful with. From the Skibidi Saga Season 2 research, Sleepyland69 says, "Oh, the scientist didn't speak in the original series. You're probably confusing it for Multiverse. You're absolutely right. Multiverse was where he spoke at. He has spoken there once when the upgraded special agents were raiding G Fortress. You're absolutely right. I got the wrong one. Thanks for reminding me. Because I'm going through so many different Skibidi stories. It's now starting to get difficult to get track because it's the same characters in different variations. you know, it was already bad enough that I kept seeing everyone in the original Skibidi Toilet as Plunger Man, which I do apologize to all the fans out there, you know, because I had like hundreds of viewers and they all ran off because I just keep calling everyone Plunger Man. From the Skibidi Toilet 79 Part 2 research, Sleepy Lancy 69 says, name of the infected TV Titan is the Watchman of Doom. That's cool. Zogril wrote, there is actually a secret. If you watch when Camera Woman dies and watch it frame by frame, you'll see a dark silhouette shaped like a TV man or maybe a computer. I had done that. I went frame by frame as best as I could, and I can't make out the shadow, unfortunately, this dark silhouette, because I wanted to really see that. It was very tough to try and make it out. From the First Secession War Military Overview Research, Vicril 65 said, HPG Blackout is hosting the cartoon. I think 2 other channels also carry HPG's library, but no luck finding an official channel. I'm not sure what games would be useful. Harebrained Schemes BT 2018 is close to the tabletop game. It has a sandbox mode and storyline set in the periphery. The Mech Warrior series has some storylines. Not sure how well they mesh with canon lore. Big Red 40 uses this to create video for some of his merch design videos. Mech Commander is an old Win95 game. Covers Operation Bulldog, the Inner Spheres, a campaign to eliminate Clan Smoke Jaguar. It takes liberties with the element system, slot system. So yeah, thanks for the recommendations on some of these games here. Like I said, I wanted to tonight. I was hoping to you know, to play Bolt Gun. Let me jump over here just so y'all can see. Let me just check, make sure I don't have any personal information. No, I don't. Yeah, so like I said, I wanted to do Bolt Gun, but when I hit the play and switch to window mode, it doesn't let me move the window over to my view screen here that you're looking through. You know, that you see up here. It's a second monitor, and it's very annoying. Because I really wanted to try that out, because I felt like it fit the channel, it fit the show, you know, and it's Warhammer. So you know, I was so excited, because I was like, yes, I could do something Warhammer for all you guys, you know, do a Warhammer game for all you guys. I know it's not the tabletop game, but it was, you know, but it was a Warhammer game, and I really wanted to have fun doing that, especially because it was free to play too. You know what I'm saying? Try to do a little bit, you know, get a nice feel of the Warhammer experience, you know. So unless you guys know how to get that window mode to move over to the screen, you know, let me know in the comments, so that way I can fix that up without having to go into my computer system settings and flipping the monitors, you know, flipping the monitors. Because I like to avoid that at all costs. Jason 32272 at the 40 minute 50 second mark, the major powers were too damn busy fighting each other, or at least getting ready to, after the fall of the Star League, and gobbling up high value, high tech hegemony worlds to waste any resources on their lower tech and largely not attacking them periphery neighbors. The sole exception was the Steiners taking over much of the Rimworld's Republic after the SLDF obliterated their defenses, but before the Civil War ended. Everyone else was too busy getting ready for the next war against peer states to bother with the non-peer factions that would keep until they quote-unquote won the Secession War. I believe that was in regards to why they weren't going after the periphery. Yeah. After having delved into the most recent research from Vanderplank, listening to the facilities and such, as well as knowing that at that point in the story in Vanderplank's documentary, that they were out looking for Starleague Defense Force cash that was hidden away, and what they did to people who didn't help out. I mean, it was just, it made a lot of sense why they wouldn't bother going for the outer worlds, for the periphery, because the SLDF tech is highly valuable, which makes absolute sense. And given that Kerensky largely abandoned the hegemony, you know, having that stuff hidden away so that none of the houses would get it and have a tactical or crazy advantage, it did make sense, especially if it means getting their hands on mechs from the Star League, because that means that they can be able to reverse engineer it if they wanted to. They don't have to spend too much resources. You know, they can reallocate their resources to other things like more nukes instead of more mechs, or reallocate those resources to building more mechs while they have operational ones with no problem. It makes no sense. Correction. Why did I say it makes no sense? It makes a lot of sense. There we go. Vicro65 commented, can't really send forces into the periphery when you need them to defend counter the other Innisphere powers. Entering the periphery is basically colonizing resources without infrastructure. In the meantime, your neighbors are going after your established infrastructure industry that you left with weakened defenses. To understand their need for military equipment, think about our world powers being so desperate that they started scouring museums for World War II tanks, artillery, aircraft, and ships. That actually makes a lot of sense, especially seeing so far in the first Secession War how many of the houses jumped into some of the smaller ones, so taking over some of the smaller planets and systems, just so they could get to the ones that have the bigger facilities nearby, you know, serving as a staging point. So yeah, it does make sense, and yeah, they're very slow moving. Aside from the Bowl and Thumb, they're very, very slow moving in terms of taking territory, but they can really take territory hard. Armada 09V wrote, when it comes to FTL, the basics of it is that there is a hard limit of 30 light years for 99% of ships. The few times you get longer jumps is with things like highly experimental prototypes that either never got developed further or frankly impractical for to use for large-scale operations. That's yeah, I think I was wondering how they were like the speed of movement, especially with war. The hard limit of 30 light years is quite a lot, and does take up a lot of fuel and resources, which I'm very impressed though regarding the fuel. I wonder if there's any videos regarding the resources, you know, like the fueling, the energy for these long distance flights. All right, from the Wardian Dark Age research. Let's take a moment here. Vicroll65 wrote, Game Workshop writes rules to sell models. Each new edition, each faction's codex is dropped individually over the time span of the edition. New kits are released with each new codex. Each new codex also tends to one-up the previous codex in the edition. They push a flavor of the month meta, which annoys every faction that doesn't have the latest codex. This problem comes from higher up the chain than the rule writers. The writers are the scapegoats, and Ward was the chosen sacrifice. The other video link goes into the damage the players saw Ward liable for in Warhammer Fantasy and Lord of the Ring games. I need to dig out my 7th edition Space Wolves Codex, but I think the writers are listed inside. Not putting the team lead's name on the cover is probably too slow. The forming of the lynch mobs. In the other link I shared, that video claimed Ward's rulebooks were better balanced against each other. Ward's fluff writing and Game Workshop's refusal to recognize themselves as a game company is more the problem. Probably trying to wedge Tomb Lords into 40k. I don't know enough about WHF, Warhammer Fantasy, to be certain, attempting to turn the undead army into a sci-fi robot army. I haven't been around Warhammer Fantasy since I was hanging out at the hobby store in '99. Building an army through 6th, 7th, and 8th has me rather irritated with Game Workshop. I used the point systems in Rogue Trader and later vehicle design rules to work out the point breakdown during 7th. At this point, I'd rather write codices for my playgroup and use my own system as I know it's consistent, or play the Heralds of Ruin fan-made kill team rules. A bit more on codex drop issues. My 5th edition Space Wolves codex was used through 5th, 6th, and 7th editions. The SW 7th edition codex dropped just before 8th edition came out, so it was viewed more as the first 8th edition codex. Wargame edition rules should be released as a set at the start, not dribbled out over the years. Game Workshop is a model company first and only got into games to help increase their model sales. That's actually very interesting how Game Workshops goes about this whole thing. There's plenty of blame to go around, no doubt about that. There's plenty of blame to go around. You know, especially having seen how you say, how Games Workshop was handling, you know, the issues of death threats and such. There's plenty of blame to go around. You know, there's nothing wrong with trying to rein it in when you're starting to get vitriol like this. But I don't. Well, I don't have insight into how the executives work and such, which would be bad for them. But I have to say that the fact that I came across so many YouTube videos, you know, against Matt Ward and blaming Matt Ward, many of them not very you know, well-made videos. You know what I'm saying? It's pretty crazy, you know. You know, Games Workshop definitely is. Well, all companies are always going to be money first. You know what I'm saying? But it's like when the how can I put this? It is the job of a company and all of its executives and employees to try and make profit. It hands down, it is very important, but I don't believe it should come at the expense of ruining people's investment into your product. You know, if that makes sense. You got to make sure your product is the best possible quality you can make. It's not going to be perfect, but it's got to be the best possible. And if the fans are sitting there and saying, you know, it's not good, you got to take the criticism on the chin and try and do better. You know what I'm saying? You know, try and improve upon it and so on. You know, don't double down and attack your audience and your fans. It's not their fault that you wrote something bad. Don't write bad. You know, don't make something bad and then get mad when people don't like it. Have some introspection. Look at what you did wrong and improve upon it. You know, just get better. You know. From the Skibidi Saga Season 3 research, Sawgrill wrote, "Fun fact, this is Boom's fave fan series, but we don't know if this changed since it's been a while." Yeah, Skibidi Saga is pretty awesome. I like the way that it was executed. You know, it's pretty impressive. In fact, Philip Proley, B7Z, wrote, "Some things you need to know. In Season 4, there are no subtitles anymore, so you'll have to activate them yourself. Maxity has no teams, does everything by himself, and he refused the help from Just Cozy." I don't know who Just Cozy is. Wait, Just Cozy, is that the one that was depicted in Multiverse with the weird pink cat? That one Skibidi toilet? Is that the Just Cozy guy? That's supposed to be. Maxity's a teenager. Impressive. Maxity confirmed that he's using the clothes from his parents. Very impressive. It's like Cave Story. what was his name? Pixel something? Hold on a second. Here we go. What was his name again? Yeah, Pixel. Daisuke Pixel Amaya. He built the whole game all by himself and everything. No help or anything. Very impressive. Although the zoom-ins are a little gratuitous. Yeah, it's pretty impressive that he does this all by himself. You know, the voices and everything, especially the voices. Quite honestly, like I'm assuming he's using a voice changer, obviously. You know, to get the female voices and such. But it's an amazing feat. You know, that he's doing the pantomiming. It's pretty silly, but it's pretty amazing. The Amara Civil War, an overview research. Vickrell 165 wrote, part of the reason for the widespread feudal system is communication issues. Even with the HPG network, you can't communicate at will. There's transmission time slots based on planetary orbit. Have to line up the transmitter and receiver. That's line of sight. Okay. Then the transmission has to be relayed when able to its final destination. Having semi-autonomous fiefdoms seems to work better with the communication issues. As long as taxes and resources are rolling in, the central authority doesn't have a reason to micromanage each system or precinct. Because of recharge needs of jump ships and alignment issues, if HPG facilities, their communications efficiency is probably functionally similar to the 1800s, HPG being telegraph and jump ships being sailing ships. Considering that it's space and given the time period, the 1980s, when this was made, they were considering more grounded, especially the timeline, since they still link the timeline with real world events, pre BattleTech, their pre-BattleTech era, when they decided what year to start the BattleTech. It still makes perfect sense because space is extraordinarily big. You still can get interference from all sorts of stuff along space as it travels. So yeah, that most definitely would work out like that. Trifon off 4297 wrote, Amaris tried to bribe Kerensky to be on his side, promising him everything and whispering sweet nothings. He knew that if Kerensky sided with him, his takeover would be official. Yes, Kerensky really had a lot of power and influence. Powerful enough to be able to convince people to do an exodus that was extraordinarily difficult travel and journey. To be able to convince so many people to do that is amazing. Kerensky simply answered no. Kerensky did not know that the Camerons were all killed. He thought Amaras hid them somewhere as hostages. When they unsealed the room with the bodies, they called him to see. Kerensky stood there quietly for half an hour, then went back to the hotel where the Amaras family was kept, and without any court or sentence, he ordered Amaras and his direct family shot. This is an important moment. It's the only time Kerensky ever violated the laws of war and the principles of a Star League officer. Seeing that half hour, he saw the future, the fall of the Star League, the coming wars, and it was all Amara's fault. That's why I say Amaras is the bad guy in all this, really, because even though they were all bad guys, quote unquote bad guys, they just had they just ideologically captured. To use the current generation's terms. I hope I used that correctly. Amaris was the one who really wanted the throne more so than anything, and really triggered the whole chain of events that would lead to the First Secession War. Basically, everything as we know it. It's always that one guy. Not unlike World War One, since this takes influences from the World Wars. Felipe, the one who assassinated Archduke Ferdinand, he was just one man assassinated, and before you know it, the whole of Europe fell into a world war. And this actually makes a lot of sense. The parallels, notwithstanding, is pretty much there. On a funnier note, on a funnier note, after Amaris was shot, there was an argument what to do with his body. Giving him a funeral was out of the question, but throwing it to the dogs meant that with no body for evidence, people may try to push that he was still alive. Someone jokingly said that they should give his body to be used for medical education, and Kerensky did just that. The traitor was used by medical students as a learning material over several decades. Wow, that is funny. The Silent Ninja 9255 wrote, "It's not so much alignment. The HPG tears a hole in normal space at jump points and sends radio signals through the hole to the next station with the inherent communication lag that using radio signals entails, which also shows that later authors did not understand the universe at all." Ah, right. Because space is big. Space is big, and there is a lot of stuff out in space that can interfere with radio waves and such. As well as get in the way, say line of sight and all. The station needs to build up power to make the hyperpulse between uses, depending on the classes of the hyperpulse generator station. Determines how much traffic it receives and sends. Class A stations are major network nodes that receive and route most traffic. Class B stations are sub-nodes that accumulate and route traffic to Class A stations and disseminate to Class C stations. Class C stations are effectively endpoints. That is a very elaborate system, pretty impressive to get that out. But yes, it would go very slow. Radio waves are not exactly super fast. They're fast, but not fast. You know what I mean? It would take a very long time. Speaking of long times, this was a very big one here. TGAP Steve wrote, "You ask what is with all the nukes? In that regard, you need to remember the era in which this game was created, the early and mid 1980s. That's what I was alluding to earlier. When the game first published and lore material was being written out was a period when we all knew without a shadow of a doubt that some madman in Moscow was just itching to push a big red button and destroy the world. It was a simple fact. We had all practices, the drills in school of what to do in case of nuclear war alerts sounding. Terminator with an AI nuking the world, war games with a computer game nearly triggering nuclear war. It was such a prevalent threat that they even made Superman go on a quest to get rid of the world's nukes." Yes, I lived through all that. Thank you. It could be argued that the easiest way to show the reader that someone was the bad guy in any scenario is to show them using nuclear weapons on their enemies, and of course even worse on the civilians as collateral damage, and their own troops for full Bond villain evolution. So the fact that not only did Amaris' troop have to nuke the Black Watch at Fort Cameron, but nuke them again along with a bunch of Amaris' own troops shows the casual disregard for life and just how much of a psychopath Amaris is. That's why I say he's the villain. He's the bad guy. He is the baddie. The fact that they then proceeded to use nuclear weapons across the rest of the planet to break defenders so they could then be executed pairs up Amaris with that madman in Moscow and the heads of the generation it was written during. As to why they use nukes in world is there's hundreds of planets out there. What's a couple of 100 square miles of land if you have the rest of the planet? What's one planet or two when you have the rest of the system and can deny it to your enemies? As a literary device, it shows us who the bad guys are and the casual indifference that the nobility class in world has towards collateral damage, aka civilians. It's funny that you mentioned what's a few miles after having heard what happened in Phantom Plank's First Secession War, what happened in what was it? Ah, crap, let me get my notes. Hold on a second. Hold on. Now it escaped me. So many worlds. So many worlds. Let's see here. Let's see here. Warhammers. Could be toilet. It's all the way down here. Here we go. Let's see. Yes, they nuked Freeport. And because Operation Ghost Rain, the Ghost Rain Protocol. So since they were trying to find that one cache that the civilian population knew nothing about, probably didn't know where it was or anything. Not only did Kurita drop the nuke on Freeport, but then nuked the rest of the whole planet and left 60 million people dead in nuclear winter. And then there was, of course, Tifering, where all 5 houses just nuked the living crap out of the entire planet, irradiating it into oblivion, with leaving 1.6 billion dead. So, yeah, it's not just a couple of miles. It's not just a couple of miles. They have irradiated an entire planet, and they're capable of doing that. It's pretty funny that you noted it like that. Let's see. When it comes to the alert system in the throne room, I don't think it was that Cameron didn't show that system to Amaris, or that Amaris didn't study it. I mean, he has the First Lord going. Here's the security panel. Access code is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Neat, right? Very Spaceballs, quite honestly. It's very Spaceballs. I always got the impression Cameron didn't know about it, otherwise he would have. And to Mars's credit, he probably couldn't walk around poking in all the corners when he has to schmooze the First Lord to keep his status as trusted friend. It always struck me as the backup system that the Black Watch had in place that Cameron couldn't turn off, that they justified having in, that keeping the First Lord safe overrides him needing to know about all the ways they have to monitor him for that purpose. And don't forget, Amaris had been replacing SLDF forces in hegemony with his own troops, so they were in many locations in prime key positions to stab the loyal troops in the back and keep and take over with minimal collateral damage in 95 out of the 103 planet systems. Yeah, given the way Amaris is, that makes total sense. He would have his plants in there before executing anything, execute Order 66 type of thing. Amaris may have been a bad guy and kicked off all the pebbles that became the avalanche of the Secession Wars, but as Emperor, quote-unquote Emperor, he was just one among a lot of horrible bad people. All the House Lords were and continue to be pretty horrible and bad people, which is kind of the whole point behind the nobility of Battletech. There are not really any good guys in the classical sense, with the exception of maybe Kerensky, though it could be argued that putting his own troops into a meat grinder to save civilians from tactical strikes against Amaris' troop is the less bad instead of good, all depending on which side of that you happen to be a part of. The whole reason why I put it's already made clear that they were bad guys, but the thing is that they're bad guys on an ideological level. The whole my country right or wrong type of thing, which is why they have so much loyalty and such, and they're at the top. Amaris, on the other hand, created a disruption that made the 5 houses act the way that they acted, or else they would never have acted the way they did. Eventually one of them probably would have acted on me, Minoru Kurita notwithstanding, but Minoru Kurita would not have been like what Amaris did. Minoru Kurita just took advantage of a power vacuum opportunity, but he wouldn't do what Amaris did. But he would have, maneuvered and positioned himself in a manner where he could be able to be a lot more influential. Bad, yes, but Amaris bad, no. What Amaris did was absolutely insane, and usually it does take one guy. It takes one guy to create a whole domino effect. Again, I bring up Felipe. Is it Giuseppe or Felipe? The guy who assassinated Archduke Ferdinand. He took out Ferdinand, and it just led to one big chain of event after the other that resulted in the World War. And he's is he the bad guy? Yeah, he is the bad guy. No matter how bad you want to try and say Germany or the Soviet Union or Austria-Hungary were, none of them pulled the trigger. It was this one guy who did the trigger, and he really had zero comprehension whatsoever of what was going to come out of that. He was just too busy being angry, angry at the world, and triggered an entire war that cost millions. Amaris is no different. He legitimately is the bad guy. You know, he's like, you know, it's easy to say everybody's a bad guy, but the thing is that they're bad guys by virtue of ideology and classism and so on. They are bad, yes. Bad people, yes. But we're talking about heroes and villains here. That context, and in that context, Amaris is the bad guy. This goes back to the research of who's the bad guy in BattleTech. If anything, I would say bad guy would be the wrong word to choose. The correct word to choose is villain. You know, I think that would be the more appropriate word to use. I'm guilty of saying bad guy, but that was only because of the research from who is the bad guy. But the thing is that everybody is bad. Okay, but I think the real question is who's the villain in all this, and Amaris is the true villain in all of BattleTech, because he's the reason everything in the timeline is the way it is, from his coup all the way up to the present day in the timeline. Everybody is where they're at. Bear in mind, keep in mind that it was because of what he done that led to Kerensky's exile. You know, and the Star League collapsing. You know, it was just it was like, what was it all for? He wanted the power. That's villainy. You know, and that's what makes him the villain of BattleTech. Everybody's a bad guy. Fair enough. The correct question should have been, especially from the video, instead of who is the bad guy, should have been who is the villain. Because you know, it's very hard to ascertain that with in the story full of bad guys, who is the actual villain, and the villain hands down is Amaris. Let's see here. One thing that our narrator didn't have time to go into here is that when Kerensky went against Amaris, none of the great houses gave him material or military aid. They gave him free passage through their territory, but nothing else. So they may have been blindsided by Amaris' takeover, but they then proceeded to sit on the fence and see how this all turned out. The military aid Kerensky received came from individuals within the house armies defecting from their houses, grabbing whatever they could and going to Kerensky's side. And then in the aftermath, House Kurita started a land grab. Kerensky liberated star systems in Yale hegemony borders, and Kurita gobbled them up under the guise of assisting with taking care of the civilians in that territory, which sparked all the other great houses to do the same. The good man who chooses to do nothing is indistinguishable from the villain, or even worse. As much as I hate to be that guy, it's Stefan Amar, a singular person. Alexander Kerensky is on the other side. I'm trying to understand where the good man who chooses nothing is coming from. The succession to First Lord was a case of, if I can't be it, then neither can any of you. And Kurita may have been the first to declare himself First Lord, but every single other house followed suit afterwards. Again, the real tragedy of the situation is none of the great houses are the good guys. They're all varying level of self-serving, greedy, uncompromising, well, evil. But you see, well, that's actually true. I think that the premise of the video asking who is the bad guy from the previous research really should have been a little more clearer from a story series of calling where everybody's a bad guy. I'm trying to find the video in. Yeah, Battle Rant 3, which of course is this the one where, yeah, where Derek the First clarified Battle Rant 3 was clearing the airwaves with what Battle Rant 3, like explaining, sharing criticism how they approached the whole thing. So yeah, who are the bad guys was the title of Bandoland 3. Who are the good guys? The premise should have been a misnomer. I don't know if misnomer is the correct word to say that. Asking who are the good guys when the question really should have been who is the villain. Because if everybody's a bad guy, and there are no good guys, then then how is this an interesting world? There has to be somebody very clear. And I think saying good guy and bad guy in a narrative context, if you're trying to be so technical about it, again, a world full of bad guys, then the correct question should have been who is the villain amongst the bad guys. And then clearly define what you mean by villain. The worst of the lot, the one that antagonizes, because Kerensky comes off looking like the good guy, the one who's trying to save as many people as possible, because a bad guy, or in this case the villain, Amars, triggered a coup that really devolved the Terran hegemony and turned it into a power vacuum for the other houses. It's I wouldn't say that it's tough, to ascertain. I think that the premise was there, but the phrasing was wrong. It should have been who is the villain, not who is the bad guy and who's the good guy, because then you could just say everybody's a bad guy, but then who's the bad guy that caused everything? Then is he actually a bad guy in the level of these guys, or is he what we would call the villain because he caused what would be the billions of deaths, chain of events that would lead to billions upon billions of nuked incinerated people, civilians, if you will. Let's see. The session. I know you said you weren't looking for deep lore information, but for anyone else looking for a real deep dive into all the particulars, I highly suggest Black Pants Legion, Text Talks, Battletech 2-part on the Mars Civil War, and for a super deep dive into it, Sven Vanderplank has a whole multiple hours long collection going over the ins and outs and grit of the events of the Mars Civil War. Both found here on YouTube under Text Talks Battletech or Black Pants Legion, Sven Vanderplank, all channels I go to. It's always fun seeing someone learn about one of my favorite settings of all time. I always found the more you learn, the more you want to learn. So welcome to the Ionosphere and the realm of great giant stompy robots. Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me into the fandom. Let's see. Matt Ward and his consequences have been a disaster. Research. Vicro165 wrote, story time from when I learned about Warhammer Fantasy and 40k. I attended to Wildtech in Laramie in 1999. Let's see. Story time from when I learned about Warhammer Fantasy and 40k. In 1999, I played D&D and MTG at the time. The closest game store to my dorm was Crazy Horse Hobbies, primarily an RC plane shop, but also carried both lines of Warhammer products. They typically played Warhammer Fantasy, but sometimes 40k. I spent my Saturdays hanging out and talking to the players. Never joined in, though people offered to let me borrow an army to play. An older gentleman played orcs in Fantasy and 40k. His 40k orc army was great. He was a diabetic, used old sprue and used medical supplies to build orc walkers and other machines. Walkers based around pill bottles. Field cannons based around syringes. Built a true orc army out of random junk. His rules sell models. That's all that matters to GW. Rogue Traders is based on a homebrew by Rick Priestley. GW had the idea that if they released game for their sci-fi models, then they will boost the sale of those models. Rick turned his homebrew game into Game Workshop, who he was working for already. Some tweaks were made and the game released. The whole point of the game and the spot dropping of codices is to drive model sales. Matt Ward's writing over powered codices helps drive the flavor of the month system that Game Workshop uses to increase model sales. Balance has never been a concern of Game Workshop, only model sales. Matt Ward delivered. Oh wow, that's a pretty bold stance, Vickrell. The mob will be coming after you. They will scream the Horus Heresy. They're gonna drop nukes on your head. Nah, thanks for the little story there. That's pretty fun. That's pretty fun, and that's actually pretty interesting. How Rick Priestley got his ideas in. Jetpill Miron 2056. GW had a lot of spare minis and just wanted fun. Cut some years later and they removed the fun. Yeah. See. Vickrell 65. MTG lore went out the window when planeswalkers were made into cards. The players were supposed to be the planeswalkers. Let me correct that, because I was also corrected on that. Because it's been a very long time, and hearing how the planeswalkers were entered in, I completely forgot. In Magic the Gathering, we're just dueling wizards. That was the original premise back in 1994. Back in Alpha, we were just two dueling wizards. There was no concept of planeswalking or any of that stuff until they started adding more to the story down the line, and then introduced the planeswalkers. Let's see here. My colors have been red and black long before Ravnica came out. Planewalker summons another Planewalker, and it's a RB Walker in control. The Summon Walker just got reduced from crazy powerful being into cannon fodder. I like to know who the RB Walker is. But yeah, Magic the Gathering did shift the lore to Planeswalkers, but the original setup was that we were two dueling wizards, just two wizards dueling each other, summoning creatures and beating each other, and then just hitting each other with said creatures to summon. Yeah, it did take a lot of flavor out, a lot of that immersive flavor away. With the introduction of the Planeswalkers, and then declaring that we are also Planeswalkers as players. Honestly, I like the idea of just us being regular old dual wizards. But it wasn't that bad until they decided to do Omen Paths, and I'm seeing what they've been doing with that in Universes Beyond. Like, seriously, New York is a plains now. New York City is a plain, and so is Britain. Cardiff and New York City are plains now, according to Wizard of the Coast. The first Secession War, Armageddon comes research. Vickrell 65 said the third Secession War is probably the one to explore. Lasted over 150 years. The other three combined were about 80 years. Yeah, I'm still gonna do the Secession Wars. Work through all four. Because that's how I'm gonna close out on. I'm assuming the third Secession War will probably be the longest out of them, since it's lasted 150 years. From the best kill teams for Complete Beginner's Guide research. Vickrell 65 wrote, Game Workshop sees their products as luxury hobby and prices them accordingly. Yeah, because I was asking about the $50 to $60 thing. They even cut model point costs in half, so you would need twice as many models to play whatever point army you typically played at. Kill Team restricts vehicles and walkers to lighter units, so you might be able to for a light walker. I just don't know the orc army. So it restricts vehicles and walkers to lighter units. All right, so I might not be able to get to enjoy that. Painting is usually a 3-color minimum. Orcs are going to be a bit more involved than my space wolves, maybe. Remembered all the bits and bobs on my wolves while typing this, but I do get away with less Belcher primer as my main color. My wolves are dull metal and red, but then there's helmet lenses, wolf pelts, knife pistols, holsters, rune trinkets, teeth claw strings, almost enough trinkets to make one wish they chosen a different build to build a different marine chapter. Yeah, the whole painting thing is what is kind of making it so intense for me to look at. And from the Scooty Zombie universe, seasons 1 and 2 research. Titan Fan UT. Nice reaction, thank you. Just the things that I would like to point out. 1, we are in the point of view of Plunger Man, and he's going to be the main character for this series, if not all of the time. We are going to be watching Thurs POV. Yeah, there was a certain point where I was, my inner self was very happy, but very hesitant, lest I start calling everyone Plunger Man again. Number 2, the toilet that you believe to be DJ was actually Asher Retainer. Oh, because he did look like the DJ, with the ski cap and all that. 3, Plague Doctor was the only one who made the virus 19. At the 8-minute 11 mark, you can see the original one that was Controller 19, made by the scientists, but Plague swapped it with the zombie virus. Anyways, great reaction. Hopefully you enjoy the later parts of the series. I am enjoying it so far. Philip Prawley, B7C wrote, you should select the 1 through 59 compilation because the episodes 58 and 59 are not appearing in the seasons. To which Chance the Gamer 8132 noted, downside to the 1 through 59 compilations that it takes away a lot of secret scenes. I need the secret scenes. Because I don't want the thing. See, one of the things I try to be careful with the Skibby Toilet, and why I always wait for the seasons, which I'm going to address here. Morgan or Anger Jean Noel 1946 noted. By the way, there's another episode, Max, that you missed. Please react to it before fully attacking that zombie series. The reason why I want to wait for the seasons to get released, and I know that they tend to take weeks, sometimes months, is so that way I can watch everything in one go. Only Gerasimov, I'm doing one at a time when I shouldn't, but it's only because it's it's the original, and even though I'll end up rewatching it when they all get compiled in a single season with to try and catch the secret scenes and such, I want to try not to do that with the others. Just keep it to Gerasimov, only because I want to keep the momentum going and such. And because he takes a very, very long time now to release a season, as do the others. But the thing is that I don't want to rewatch the same thing just so I can go for the scene. I'm willing to do it for Gerasimov because it's the original, but I don't want to do that with the others. That's why I'm not tackling the most recent Skibidi Saga episode. I'm waiting until the season comes out so I can get all the secret scenes and everything in one go. I don't want to rehash. If you go through my playlist, you'll notice that I did a lot of rehashing in Gerasimov's run. I'm trying to avoid that with the others because I don't want to rewatch what I've already watched because I have nothing new to add. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't even know a secret scene if it hit me if I watched the compilation after watching the original. You know what I'm saying? Watching it fresh, watching a whole season fresh, means that I get to see everything, including including the the secret scenes, and I won't have to try and play spot the secret at every turn. I got the whole thing across the board. So that's why I'm with the exception of Gerasimov, the original, I'm waiting until Dome Studios, Virulence, Maxity, all of them, you know, not named Gerasimov, the fuck boom, all of them, I'm waiting until they release the whole season, so that way I can get everything and their secret scenes in one go, and not play Spot the Thing, and most importantly, not waste your time regurgitating the same thing I've already said in the smaller videos. That's the key thing I don't want to do, is duplicate. You know, is find myself duplicating, and not only that, but you don't get the clean reaction. You know what I'm saying? That first reaction. You know what I'm saying? Which is supposed, because even though these are research videos, they also double up as reactions, and people like to see first time reactions most of the time. You know, and Gerasimov is the only exception because I had already, you know, rewatched them already. But the others, I didn't do that. I didn't fall into that trap at all. So you know, I didn't fall into that trap. So I want to not fall into that trap and be able to give you guys first time reactions of a whole season. I think that's a much better quality, much better product than if I were to rewatch the same things over and over again. So that's why I'm not watching the latest Skippy saga, because technically I didn't miss anything. I'm waiting for everything that is the next season. Same goes for Dome Studios, Maxity, and of course Skibidium and Monster Up. There we go. You know, all of them are gonna be following that rule. All right. Let's see here. I'm gonna need to take a quick run, guys. I just need to take a quick break. All right. Take a quick break. It won't take long. And then we'll be on to lore research. We're gonna do Warhammer, we're gonna do Cowboy Bebop, and Code Geass research. So yes, it's going to be a pretty awesome research night. All right, so just give me a few minutes, and I'll be back. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Alright, it's research time. It's time for some research. Okay, let's just get this filled in. Bam. Alright, let's see. Let me get a look here. We're going to start with Warhammer. Warhammer research. This is, let me just make sure I got everything in place here. There we go. Alright, we're in place. Alright. Alright, let me just fix myself here. There we go. Alright. Okay, everybody. Woo! We're going to start with viewer recommended research from Vickrel65. This is the first time I'm doing this live. Recommended research live, first time ever. This is Tabletop Minions, why the new Warhammer 40,000 kill team is a good idea. So going to learn about the basics of learn why kill team the kill team box is good. You'll find the link to Tabletop Minions down the link below. So yeah, get your notes together and let's begin the research. Alright, so just a warning, this is very low quality. I can only get up to 720, so I do apologize for that, for any bad quality coming out of this video. So, yeah.
In this video, I'm going to explain why Games Workshop's Warhammer 40,000 kill team is a good thing. Let me take care of this right off the bat because it's cropped up before in the comments. Games Workshop's not paying me. I like to talk about Age of Sigmar because I think it's a good game and it helps to get new people into the hobby. But I've had people in the comments before saying, hey, have a good time cashing your checks from Games Workshop. I wish I got checks from Games Workshop. I mean, honestly, I've probably sold a lot of Age of Sigmar to people who were on the fence or who were wondering about it, and frankly, I'm not getting my beak wet here. They're not giving me a pot of paint, nothing. So if they want to, they can shoot me an email. I'll give them an address that they can mail some stuff to if they want to, but generally, no, I'm not getting paid. I'm doing this because I want to get more people into the hobby. I want to get more people into wargaming, and Games Workshop's about one of the biggest. So to sit there and just kind of ignore them seems kind of like a bad idea. Now,
just a note to all of you, I too am not getting money from Games Workshop or anybody else for that matter. This is all research for for learning to be a better writer, game designer, and so on. So no, there is no money here either. The only money that will be coming through here is if you get yourself a copy of The Impossible Man, a strange fantasy novel written by me. You'll find links down in the description below. I have my own products.
Those of you who have been paying attention to the channel for quite some time probably have heard me say in the past that I used to play Warhammer 40,000. Warhammer 40,000, for you, those of you who are totally new, is the science fiction version of Games Workshop's Warhammer line. There's Warhammer 40,000.
And then there's fantasy.
Refers to the year 40,000, technically the 41st millennia. Whereas Warhammer Fantasy, which is now called Warhammer Age of Sigmar, is about elves and dwarves and undead and junk like that. This is more about aliens and space marines and, well, kind of vaguely undead robots and junk like that. So the trick is, between the two games, it used to be that both of them, you had to buy a very thick book, you had to buy a lot of models, and then you had to go through all that stuff and everything, and it was a high barrier to entry.
Yeah.
When Age of Sigmar came out a little over a year ago, that bar got a lot lower as far as difficulty getting into the hobby. And I've done a bunch of videos about it. One of them that's probably worked out best for me is up here.
I should consider looking at a few of those videos.
So I wanted to start talking about something new that Games Workshop, newish, that Games Workshop is doing for their Warhammer 40,000 line. Now, for those of you, just don't worry. They have not turned Warhammer 40K into, Age of Sigmar. People keep talking about how they're going to Age of Sigmarify, which is not even really a word, I don't think. It's certainly not a...
unfortunately, I don't understand what that situation is.
I was never great at English. But they're not probably going to do that to Warhammer 40K. They may simplify it. They may streamline the game. Lord knows game companies love to streamline stuff. Pachow, more about that. But the fact of the matter is that what they've done is they have decided to take something they've used to do in the past, and they've kind of updated it and made a new package for it. And I think it's a brilliant idea, and that's why I wanted to talk about it. So normally, when you play a game like Warhammer 40,000, you need generally about a 1,500 point army. Some people play up much higher than that. 1,750, 1,850, 2,000, 2,500. For those of you who don't know anything about 40K, these points are meaningless to you. But just in general, a 1,500 point army probably going to cost you between $400 and $500 retail. That's just for the models. Then, of course, there's all the other stuff.
That's
the
way
brushes
too
and
much.
This and the that and the books and all that jazz. So it's, again, a barrier for entry.
That's a whole console.
On the other hand, which they've kind of been doing for a while, is 200 points. So in Kill Team, you have 200 points worth of units. I have seen Kill Team armies that are 5 models. I've seen them that are 15 or 20, but that's about the high end. You're using like orcs or something that's really low in points per actual model, but then they're not super powerful either. You're doing more of a swarm thing. But in that situation, in Kill Team, as a swarm, you're still looking at maybe 20, maybe 25 models. So now you're saying to yourself, well, why not just play regular 40K with just only 200 points? Well, it doesn't scale that well. The other thing is that Kill Team is a modified version of the rules. For one thing, you don't have to keep your guys in squads. You buy them in squads, and by buy I mean when you're building your list. You figure out how many squads of guys you're going to have or whatever, but then as soon as the game starts, they don't have to stay near each other like they do in normal 40K. They can spread out, do whatever they want. They can each act independently. So that's different for Kill Team in comparison to normal 40K. Another thing is that you have to have a leader, but you technically can't have any HQ units in the game. In normal 40K, you've got HQ units, troops, fast attack, heavy assault, elites, a bunch of more. But to have a normal army in regular 40K, you have to have 1 HQ and 2 troops at the bare minimum.
Oh, so it's not just only within the boundary of the points that you need to build an army. You also need 3 mandatory units in order to qualify, in order for to have a full functioning army type of thing. If I'm understanding that correctly, okay. So that's why there's so the armies can have so many models that can go as high as $400-$500, excluding the like the codexes and other supplementary stuff to be able to get a full game going. Okay, now I understand the situation.
That's not the case in Kill Team. So that kind of restriction's been taken away. You cannot have a model who has more than 3 wounds, however. You also can't have a model that has a 2-up save. They can only have 3-up saves or worse. So you can't have any vehicles that have more than 33 points of armor if you add the front, the side, and the back. You can't have any flyers. So there's this kind of stuff that's in the booklet that explains to you the kind of things that you can do, but then it also starts to show you some things that you can not do necessarily in normal 40K that are just specific to Kill Team. Besides the leader in Kill Team, you also have to have 3 specialists. And they have to be non-vehicles. So the specialists have access to 5 different lists of abilities. So Specialist 1 can pick from 1, and then Specialist 2 has to pick from one of the other 4 remaining, and then Specialist 3 has to pick from one of the last 3 remaining. You can't have 2 specialists picking from the same list. One's about combat, one's about shooting, one's about dirty tricks, and there's a whole list in there of all the stuff that you need for that. Now here's the thing that's still interesting though about Kill Team is you still need the normal 40K full-blown 7th edition rulebook. You also still need a codex, which is the set of rules that are specific to a specific army that you have decided to play. And so that can be a big thing because really, if you just want to play Kill Team, you need some models and you need the Kill Team rules, which are like $10 in ebook format off of the W website or whatever, or iBooks or the Google.
Okay, easily accessible. Awesome.
But
$10.
There's another way. As I said before, they've been doing, and by they I mean Games Workshop, has been doing Kill Team for a number of years. They rebooted it probably 3-4 years ago. I remember buying the ebook version of it, or the iBooks version, whatever. And then most recently they updated it again, and so I just was able to quickly re-download it and update it, which was really cool. But if you're not into that, there's a new set. This is the Kill Team box set. Okay?
Ooh, how much?
If you've been keeping track of some of the things that Games Workshop's been doing, they've been putting out these start collecting boxes lately, which are amazing deals. You pay $85 American for anywhere from $120 to $150 retail worth of stuff in the box. This is kind of another one of those situations. This is a $65 box. I'm not going to open it because I borrowed it from my local game shop and I have to return it as soon as I get done shooting this. But this is a $65 American box. It comes with 10 Space Marines, just a normal tac squad. It comes with 13 Tau in this box. It also comes with the small version of the 7th edition rulebook. And
wait. Did I hear this correctly? For $65, sorry guys, let me see here. Let me hear that again, because that sounds actually like a good deal here.
$5 American box. It comes with 10 Space Marines, just a normal tac squad.
10 Space Marines?
It comes with 13 Tau.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good deal. You get 23 figurines for $65. I gotta say, that's actually a pretty good deal. From what I'm seeing here in the contents, you get the rules. It looks like you get a Kill Team Codex. Let me know if that's actually a pretty damn good deal. I mean, for 23 figurines. 2 different factions. That means that I can get a whole game going. I like that. I like this. Because that means that I got two factions, and I can and I could just find somebody who wants to play with me, and we and just open up the Kill Team, and then the 2 of us automatically get started playing. And it looks like it already comes painted on top of that.
In this box,
yeah, and it looks like it's already painted, so I don't even have to worry about the paint. Oh wow, I actually like this.
Comes with the small version of the 7th edition rulebook.
Small version of the 7th edition
comes with
rulebook?
There's no codex in this book, but there are enough rules for the models that are in here. So if you were thinking about getting into 40K, or if you've got a friend who was thinking about getting into 40K, or whatever, this is a spectacular deal. This is pretty much everything you're going to need to get started and to get playing, and to kind of teaching that person, or maybe if you're thinking about doing it yourself, teaching yourself how to play 40K. Again, like I said, it's a modified version, but it's the real rule book that's in here. It's a tiny version, but it's in there. So this is an amazing, again, step that Games Workshop is doing to get people into the hobby, because they understand they can't do what they've been doing for the last 5 to 10 years, where they just keep making it harder and harder for new people to get into the hobby. They need new blood. And a box set like this is really a great way to get people in. $65, and you get 23 models plus instructions and pretty much, yeah, everything that you're going to need. It's kind of a dense box. There's a lot of stuff in there. But in my mind, this is a great step.
I wonder how many fans screamed for him shaking that.
Or if you're thinking about a friend who's thinking about 40K, this is something at least to point out to them. If you're thinking about 40K, or if you've got friends that are thinking about it, share the video where I explain all this. It just totally makes sense, and maybe they'll learn some stuff, and maybe they'll start joining you and playing. Okay, that's great, but what happens if you've already got some models, you used to play 40K, like this guy, and so you got a basement full of stuff, and you've even got like the rule book, you know, that's cool. Well, how do you get into it? Like I said, basically all you need to do is get the Kill Team rules, which you can get for anywhere from $10 for a normal ebook version to a fancy version for about $13 that has enhanced ebook stuff for your iPad or whatever. You can get one of those, and now you've got everything you need, plus obviously models and the books and the dice and all that stuff that you might already probably have, and you're ready to start playing Kill Team. Now, if you're not into 40K anymore, why would you bother to play Kill Team? Well, I'm going to start bothering to play Kill Team. I like sci-fi. I like fantasy as well, but I like sci-fi. I just don't like the huge army aspect to 40K. That all being said, I do like the fact that I could take an army of about 15 guys. And granted, I have to find a codex. But again, with ebooks these days, a lot of the codexes that are full price for the enhanced version on, let's say, the Apple iBook store direct from Games Workshop, a lot of those are more than half off if you buy what's called the new Gamer Edition, which is just the stats. It's just all the stuff you need to play. It's none of the fluff. It's none of the artsy-fartsy stuff. It's just, here's all the units. Here's all the stuff you need to do. I picked up the Space Marine one because I'm going to be building a Space Marine army for Kill Team, mostly Scouts, because I think Scouts are cool and I think they're going to be fun to model. And then
do they have an Orc one? The Orc Kill Team?
A Necron army. I've never played any Necrons before, but I have some Necrons in the basement, and I've tacked on a little bit extra that I just picked up a while ago from my local store, and boom, I've got an army. I've got a 200-point army. I'm ready to go. All I got to do is just put it together, paint it. So the thing that's interesting as well is from a modeling standpoint, because I'm a hobby hero, when you're building your specialist, they even say in the book, if you want your specialist who's the shooter specialist to look different, you can model him very, very differently and make him so that you can spot that person and go, that's my shooter.
I see.
And that's my dirty tricks person or whatever. So they give you the option because they're not moving together around in squads. They're moving separately. They can do that kind of stuff. And it's really kind of interesting from a hobby aspect to think about different ways I can model them to make them look stand out from the rest of the admittedly few guys that are probably going to be, with them on the table. Okay,
so basically with regards to painting, the Kill Team gives you a little bit more flexibility. You don't have to be so hard line with the paint with painting out the models. So I guess I have to paint the models anyway. I'm very the image lied. The image trolled me. Okay, but that's good to know. So I'm not shackled down to having identical colors if I'm to have specialists. That's pretty cool for flexibility. So to do, yeah, all right.
So yeah, I think it's a great deal. I think it's $65. You get a ton of stuff in this box. If you're like I said, thinking about getting into 40K, this is a great way to start. If you're thinking about getting back into it, you can just get that ebook and go to town with the stuff you might already have sitting in your basement. If you wanted to try out a new army, you've been playing for a while, but you're like, well, I've never been able to play Dark Eldar before, and there's not really even a good reason to maybe ally them with my current force, but I could build like a cool little, modeling and Kill Team for that Dark Eldar force I've been thinking about. and then you can do that. And it gives you, kind of the excuse. So if you've got, I'm working on my list right now for my Scout Army. If you have been playing Kill Team and you've got a bit of a list that you've been working on, post it in the comments. If you have been playing a bit of Kill Team yourself already and been enjoying it, post that in the comments. I think it's smart, and it's a good indicator that Games Workshop is trying to kind of, maybe turn over a new leaf by bringing stuff like this to the public, because they understand that they really do need to do something to get new blood into the games, into gaming, into tabletop.
I'm new blood.
Games. We all need it too, because honestly, having more opponents is always better, and that's just more people you get to meet, and that's a lot of fun, I think. So, like I said, if you're interested, take a look at the box set, or if you've already got some models and you've got some of the other stuff, take a look at the ebook on the GW store or through your tablet or whatever, and I don't know, get to playing some tiny battles.
Oh man, that's awesome. I have to say that is a very fantastic product. $65 for 23 miniatures, and it's and you get 2 factions, so you can actually play right out the box. So that means I don't have to even look for. I don't even have to look for somebody who already has it. I could just pop out the Kill Team box and just get right into it. Of course, I do have to get the codexes and such. Understandable. I mean, he says it's only $10. To get off the ebooks, so that's not too bad. Actually, that's pretty good price. That's good, pretty good price. But I have to say though, this is a very fantastic set. I don't know if they already come painted, but if they come painted, okay, well, if they come painted, awesome. If they don't come painted, first times for everything. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hey, I never thought in a million years I would write lyrics to Peanut Butter Jelly, and now you all hear the song at the end of the show. I was never an artist, and I made some pixel characters. So hey, it's a first for everything. There's a first time for everything. But for 65 American dollars, well, I don't know if this is still a thing. Actually, now that I think about it. Is this available? Let me see here, and I'm not sure. It's definitely close to budget, but I'll have to try and work it out. But it's very close to budget. Let me see here. Some of these guys are charging. Wait a second. Amazon is charging. Oh, this one is charging. This one is charging $55.25. 2024 extract. This is a Kill Team Extraction Squad, but you get 11 miniatures. Let me see here. Let me swing this over for you guys. Here's Amazon. Did they cut down the number of kill teams? Let's see. It looks like they cut down the number on kill teams here. 11 Citadel miniatures. This one is $55.25. Kill Team car skin. This comes with 10 miniatures. I'm very saddened. Let's see. Tau Empire Pathfinder team. You get 13 miniatures. $38.25. When was this? Let me see here. When was this? Let me take a look here. When did this video come out? When did this video come out? 8 years ago. Oh, this is an 8-year-old video. Oh, I'm so saddened. Oh man. I wish I had known about this. How awesome this was sooner. Oh, that's heartbreaking. That's actually a pretty good deal. Oh man. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. um, that really sucks, guys. I'm late to the party. uh, uh, oh man, and $50 for the for a codex? Damn, that's a lot. Mm, that's a lot. Kill Team Legionnaires 74.69 comes with. So basically, now they just cut it in half, and you can only get 10. You only get one specific team, as opposed to two teams like the. Yeah, here's this one, the introductory set. Okay, introductory set. How many do you get? This is $55. Um, introductory set. It comes with paint. It does come with paint. You get 16 push fit model. So you get 16. Here, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, so you get 16. You get 16 teams. That's 7 less than that one introductory set. Mm. Um. Hmm. 10th edition 2023, and it has 10th edition in it. Hmm. I am so heartbroken. That 23 model set um was definitely the best of the deal. So, is this really a good deal? Let's see. The introductory set is an excellent entry point into the expansive world of Warhammer 40k or Age of Sigmar. For anyone new to the hobby, this set offers a well-rounded introduction to the exciting world, with a blend of miniatures, essential tools, basic rules. It's designed to ease new players into the experience collecting, painting, and playing. So yeah, I'll have to paint. Okay, so I gotta paint. It's inescapable. Like I said, it's the first time for everything. I had so much fun with my friends learning the game and having our little armies, but the models kind of have this problem when they're out sitting on a desk, like gray stuff appears, but it's washable. Huh. Well, that's not good. Mm, Let's see here. This is my first model painting kit. Uh, and I really appreciate the hints and instruction booklet. The figures are very detailed and fun to paint. Only negative was the paint was past its expiration date when I received the kit. Oh. Oh, I didn't know paint had expiration date. Hmm. This set is perfect for those who are curious and wanting to get started. The two armies are the perfect size for learning the rules and some tactics for larger games down the line. Enough paint to make your miniatures look great. Okay, so yeah, it seems to be very, very positive. Very, very positive. Mm, let's see. Is that the only introductory set? Let me pull up. Cause I want the orcs. I want the orcs. You know, if I'm gonna buy I'm gonna if I'm gonna do this, I want my orcs. Orc. Age of Sigmar. What's this? Wow, $95 for the starter set. How many do you get in this? 38 push fit models, Space Marines and Tyranids. Oh wow, that's a lot of models. That's a lot of models. So the introductory set is only it's just only those, huh? And then they got all these starter sets here. Mm, that's a lot. So the introductory set is 13 Tyranids and Space Marines. Oh, I'm so sad. I would have liked to have gotten an orc introductory set, quite honestly. Oh man. Hmm. Yeah, they changed up on the yeah, the introductory set. Uh, let me type kill team introductory set. Mm, kill team introductory set. Let's see here. Very expensive. This one. Well, that's the only introductory set. They don't have like an actual. Pretty expensive. Kill team battlecade. Yeah, they changed the. Let's see here. Do they at least give two factions? 10 plastic miniatures for kill team. So they only give you one faction. Adeptus Mechanicus. What's this here? These are the oh, these are Necrons. Okay, here Hyrotech Circle, Necron, Cryptek, and Ritu. Yeah, so they only keeping so they kind of restricting it to just one faction. They're not giving you like two factions unless you buy the introductory set. Gotcha. So unless I buy the introductory set, which gives me two factions, which is just humans and Tyranids, which I'm not. I want orcs. Oh, here we go. Orc Commandos. 70. Wow, 12. Okay, this one comes with 12 for $72. Dang. Kill Team Orc Commandos. Yeah. Now we're talking, but it's not on sale. This multi-part plastic kit allows you to build 10 commandos, fierce and sneaky orc fighters. You get 12 miniatures. Okay. Right, this is the one that I saw that I did the research on. This particular group, the Orc Commandos. This kit includes various weapons, heads, accessories, allowing you to assemble a unique squad and build some as specialists for your kill team, such as the Knob Leader, Commando Grot, and Explosive Bomb Squig. Inside the box, you'll also find a set of 38 Commando tokens, so you can easily keep track of your equipment and in-game effects. Okay. The set comprises of 150 plastic components. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see here. These miniatures are supplied unpainted and require assembly. We recommend using Citadel plastic glue and Citadel color paints. So this doesn't even come with a paint set, huh? They're all just gonna be gray. Yeah, that's kind of weird that doesn't come with paint. Let's see. But as a gift, they love them. What's listed? Exactly what's listed. Free shipping. Some box of miniatures. I can't choose which one. Great figurines. Oh. I mean, the introductory set seems more like a cost efficient, mainly because of the fact that I can get a game going, but I don't get to have the orcs. I don't get to have the orcs, and that saddens me. That's what saddens me, is that I don't get to have the orcs. You know what I'm saying? I would have to. Well, they call it introductory, so I take it that's not even. Yeah, it's an introductory game, but it's not. It's not Kill Team, is it? No, right? This isn't. Yeah, it's not. It's not a Kill Team. Hmm. And if I want to get that older one from 7th edition, it's probably gonna, which is 8 years ago, probably cost like $700. Hmm. But you get 16, at least this one, you get 16 models, and it's two factions, so you jump right in and start playing. And you get the hobby supplies, so you can actually paint right then and there. And this is well, this one's on sale. It's $65, just like he said, $65 the introductory, and you get and it's $55.25 on sale. Wow. Dang, that really sucks. It royally sucks that they packaged them like this. You get one faction, and it sets you back $59 to $60. Some of these are $110. $70 for the orcs, man. This one is expensive. Whoa. Kill Team, Hive Storm, Tactical Skirmish Combat. Whoa. And you get 22 plastic miniatures for $200. This is what he was talking about in terms of high barrier. These are all high barriers. Pathfinders, Blooded, Goremongers, Scout Squad. Let's see, 11, 10, 11. This one is 13. You get 13. What are these? What are they? Necrons? Tau. These are Tau Empire, huh? You get 13 Tau. The Commandos, you get 12 for 72, but 55 for the Tau. I guess because the orcs are popular, that's why they're $72. And this group is definitely Focus Scenery Expansion Set. Because you get the landscape. Gotcha. Kill the Volcus Scenery Expansion Set. You get terrain, urban kill zone, double-sided game board. I see. Because you get a terrain, urban city fight terrain. Gotcha. All right, that makes sense why that would be very expensive. And the introductory set seems to be the better deal out of all of them. It looks like they're the better deal out of all of them because you get 16 models. That's the most out of all of them, and you get two, and you're getting two factions for it, so you can actually jump right into the game, and it's 10th edition on top of that. It's on sale for $55.25, so it is the better deal right now. It is the better deal because everyone else, you're either getting 8 miniatures or 10 miniatures. The Orc Commandos is 12, but they're sitting at 72 compared to Sanctifiers, which is just one less, one model less, but it's at $55. Oh my gosh, a chainsaw wielding monk. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I guess Kill Team, given that the video was 8 years old, apparently Kill Team really became extremely popular in Warhammer. That makes a lot of sense. What do the Pathfinders come with? This they come with this seems to be a very good deal here. You get 13 miniatures. Builds 10 Pathfinders armed with Pulse and Markalites plus advanced special weaponries. Includes 2 tactical drones with specialized scout variants, and plus a hefty recon drone. So that's the 13. Okay, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The guy in the back is 10, and then you get 3, and then the 3 are the flying machines here. That sounds pretty cool. But I want the orcs. I want the orcs. And the orcs are so expensive. I wish they were on sale. I really wish they were on sale. I don't know how I feel about this. I think that the introductory set might be the best way for me to go. It's on sale for 55. I don't know if I can be able to scoop that. How soon I could scoop that? Mm, how long is this sale for? Can I be able to do it? The question is, can I get the budget? Because it's 55.25. So is that within budget? I'll have to look and see. Even though it's not the orcs like I want it. Uh, but this is the better deal because I get 16 models and it's two factions, the Marines and the Tyranids, so I can jump right in. Uh, mm, damn. And it's 10th edition. Now, you know what? Yeah. Well, that was fun exploring all of that. That was fun exploring all of that. So, how do I feel about it? Yeah, I'm heartbroken that this particular set is probably out of print. Um, let's see, it's the Tau and the Marines. It looks like it's the Tau and the Marines here, and I'm a little saddened, but it's 7th edition rules. This was 8 years ago, so it makes sense. Let me know. Let me know down below which is the better set. If I should go for if I should strive for the introductory set, or if I should just go straight for the Orc Commandos. Just indulge. I know I shouldn't. Yeah, I know I shouldn't just take advice, just like that, and make my decisions based on the comments. But here's the thing: the prices for those kill teams for 10 or 11 figurines, you know, well, in the case of the orcs, there's 12 figurines. There's 12 figurines for the orcs. I don't know if that's I mean, I saw the video for the orc commandos, so they look pretty good. I'm saying in terms of they seem easy to play, straightforward, and something that I might be able to handle to play, especially because I want the orcs. I know I just keep repeating over and over again. Yeah, 8 years ago, if I had interest 8 years ago, I probably would have picked this set up. Even though it's not the orcs, it's just the fact that I would get Tau and Marines, just like that. And it looks like this is the same set. The Tau. Let me see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this is the same set. The Tau set. It's the same Tau set, but it just seems weird that they cut out the Marines for that introductory set kill team, for this specific kill team set. Yeah. Yeah. We'll have to see what happens. See if I can work that budget up. If I can work that budget up, maybe if I'm lucky and that Orc Commandos go on sale, try and see if I can snag it. At least this way I'll have a team to work with and not have my orcs. Orc. The restrictions was very interesting. On top of that, actually, learning that, I guess because they're normally a 200-point team. I guess I won't be able to put in like the bigger size orcs if I wanted to grab one. Grab a big size orc to put alongside them. Along with the kill team. That's okay. I might if I'm not gonna get that one mecha orc to run with. That's perfectly fine. The important thing is that I do have a pickup team. Kill team is a nice pickup game. Sounds like it's a very good pickup game, and for casual like me, I'll at least have something to jump in on. something to jump in on and have fun with. So yeah. This was good. So yeah, apparently he has more videos on this tabletop minions. You'll find the link down in the description below. Be sure to check him out, give him a like. This was a very good video. So yeah. Good. Yeah, thank you all for joining me on this one. Honestly, I have no way to end that. Oh man. All right. Next. If this thing would straighten out a bit here, do I need to do this? Why is this video? Okay, there we go. All right, pause that. Open that up. 1080. All right. All right. Next is from the Masked Man channel. The most compelling protagonist of all time, Code Geass. This is Code Geass. I have seen the series. I still have the anime on DVD. I didn't. Well, I mean, I'm going to spoiler territory because I'm sure many of you haven't watched it. But yeah, there was a certain point that I didn't like how everybody just suddenly turned on Lelouch just out of nowhere. It felt a little strange, story-wise. The character designs from Clamp. The character designs were from Clamp, which was pretty awesome. Which is the team that the team mangaka that influenced a lot of my work. So it was pretty cool watching all the mecha fights and everything, and all the twists and turns and intrigue. It was like, oh my gosh, and like, oh my gosh. You'll find links in the description below for the Masked Man. Be sure to check him out. 4 years old. This is a 4-year-old video. So get your notes together and let us begin the research.
Now, my mic stand kind of fell apart, so I'm holding my mic in my hand currently. This should be pretty interesting, but it's actually kind of comfortable because I really get to lay back in my chair. Let's get on with the character analysis, though. Lelouch v. Britannia. Easily one of the most intriguing, well put together, and thought out characters I have probably encountered in the past 6 months. I had heard plenty of compliments and praises of Lelouch, very much the comparisons to a character like Light from Death Note, and so the expectations were relatively high. However, I did not expect the entire series to be put on this man's shoulders and ran with. Now, don't get me wrong, there are great characters like C2, Callan, and Suzaku is fine. However, I don't think this series has a duo concept as strong as, say, a Death Note did with its Light and L. This series is pretty much the Lelouch show, and I love it, because it's more in Code Geass than just Lelouch outsmarting everybody, but there are moments where he himself has to take defeat and grow from it.
That's what's so great.
He has to learn a lot of concepts that you see with other characters that are associated with strong ambition, learning that in order to create change and order, one is going to have to get their hands dirty. But I think the best way I can really prompt this video more so is talking about the very first time we see Lelouch. So he plays a game of chess, and his first move is moving the king. Essentially with the philosophy that how can others follow if the king doesn't make the first move? And it's a very subtle detail that caught my interest a few hours after finishing the series, and it popped up randomly into my head. And I think it connects beautifully and perfectly with Lelouch's entire theme as a character up until the brilliant ending.
That's a very interesting observation.
So pay attention to that as I'll kind of bring it back near the end of the video and tie it all together. But the interesting thing to me when observing Lelouch is he tries his best to always keep this composure, as he understands it is important to have a poker face, considering that he's a suspect of someone who's basically running up on an entire kingdom. And in order to do so, you have to have a kind of composure to yourself, despite the young age that Lelouch does have. However, it's very clear that his emotions and that his hatred is strong. More so we learn about his backstory, the more so we learn about his hatred against his father, and how he really hates the entire royal system, despite coming from the royal family himself. And it's clear and understandable to see his resentment with the supposed death of his mother and with the crippling of his younger sister Nunnally, who he essentially does a lot of this for. It's more so than just actually his hate and his vengeance, but it's also this new desire to protect those he cares about. And I love this.
Okay, I just want to take a quick stop because it feels like he's doing this with the assumption that everybody's already seen it and understood it. But if I remember correctly, if my memory serves me correctly, the backstory, the world build was that Britain won the American Revolution, took out the founding fathers, and from the 13 colonies spread out across North America, and was able to expand the empire past the Pacific Ocean, effectively getting their hands on Japan, and they referred to them as 68s, 38. If I'm trying to remember what the number was that they referred to the Japanese. They told them, you're not Japanese, you're 38s, or something like that. I can't remember the number. It's been a very long time since I've seen it. But basically, the British Empire has Japan as a territory, and so the people so there's basically a resistance movement, and Lelouch is part of that.
His multifaceted demeanor from Lelouch. You see how brutal and vicious and cruel he can be towards his enemies.
Yep.
But just how kind and human he can feel around the people he loves. So going on, he creates this persona of Zero, the exactor of justice, the one who will stand up for the Japanese people. And I think that was a way for Lelouch to kind of create a symbol and someone who can truly embody strength and courage for the Japanese people. Him understanding that as a Britannian, it probably wouldn't come off well, and it wouldn't be smart for him to kind of throw himself and his identity out there, or at least not yet. And continuing on with this now persona,
that's
of
such
Zero,
an amazing
really
way his face
starts
just
to
changed.
understand and kind of learn lessons in sacrifice and loss, and again, what it truly means to now become a leader of an entire revolutionary movement and what is necessary to create world change. I think some of my favorite moments in Code Geass is where you see Lelouch sitting by himself with a more depressed look than he usually ever has, and he questions to himself whether what he's doing is right, whether he should quit. Maybe he should stop now and just live in peace now that Nunnally will be okay. And to see this resolve that he has to come up with, or at times be pushed for, where he continues on with his journey and path, is nothing but commendable. I think the losses Lelouch takes and those scenes in and of themselves matter so much and just show the vast maturity Lelouch is able to have to understand that his normal life was never a thing. It was always a farce. And it's interesting because that's how Season 2 starts, with Lelouch losing his memory. And upon losing his memory and then regaining it, realizes, yeah, this normal life I had, I've never truly had it. It's always been a lie, before and after I lost my memory. And even now regaining it. And seeing how he lost Yuffie in the first season due to an error and a mistake, and the bloodshed that was on his hands,
Yeah.
I think that was a tough realization for him. And then just to make matters worse, again in Season 2, ends up losing Shirley and Rollo. And so these moments is where I think Lelouch kind of understands that he has to be more than a king. He has to be more than just a symbol of strength and freedom, but he has to be a sacrifice himself. And so this is where I kind of want to throw in another aspect to Lelouch that is important, because it's mirrored by his contrast. It is slightly frustrating to observe on screen contrast, although I do appreciate his character, Suzaku. I think Suzaku has the mentality, you have to change the system from within. Trying to change it by force from the outside using acts of terrorism and violence will achieve nothing. And Lelouch is like, well, how are you going to change it from within? How is that going to be possible? Nah, bro, you gotta run up the whole system and flip it on its head. And essentially, like a game of chess, remove your opponent's pieces off of the board one by one by one until checkmate and you win. And I think there's, ironically, a bit of truth to both of them, as the system in Code Geass, Britannia's reign over Japan, you see kind of be destroyed from not only Lelouch on the outside, but also from some of the forces from within. Not only Suzaku, mind you, but also some of the previous foes that Lelouch had already taken care of. And so it's interesting to see these two constantly clash over ideals, which those two ideals are ironically, I think, ones that fuse to create the ending of Code Geass, which is really perplexing when you think about it in a bit.
I'm still confused to this day with the way it ended. And the way it just played out, because the second it was revealed, all of a sudden it was like everybody just went 360 on him, and it felt so weird, and how he decided to end through the end game. I don't know. To this day, I've always been confused. Like it left an impression for me in terms of how it decided to finish, and I've still yet to fully grasp exactly why the writers chose that direction the way they did. It was just too many easy 180s going on. You know what I'm saying? Like just sudden, and it just felt like out of place. It felt out of place. Like, I wouldn't say out of place. No, that's not the right one. I think it's the timing. The timing is the issue that I have. The way that the way the timing was. Like, there wasn't like the 180 wasn't bad. You know what? It's like, okay, perfect. Superman. James Gunn's Superman. The second Lex Luthor played the video, the second half of the video where Jor-El was talking about get your harem and all that, then all of a sudden everybody just went full 180 right within mere seconds. That's how weird that was. Especially in Code Geass, saying how quickly everybody just flipped the table the second everything got revealed.
Entire conflict throughout the entire series simply just could have been put together, and well, we got what we got. But Suzaku, I think, was very blinded also at moments by his rage and the death of Yuffie, without understanding that Lelouch, he hated himself for that. I think the regret and despise Lelouch had for that incident is very obvious. But yet, if you notice, Lelouch never explains himself, which is always very interesting to me about his character. He never feels the need to explain himself or to clear up any misunderstandings. He's like, okay, if you think of me that way and you think this is what happened, I'll let you think that's what happened. I'll take the burden of it. And I think that's kind of Lelouch's entire way of redemption throughout the entire series, and even more so in the ending, where he says to himself, okay, there's been a lot of bloodshed under my name. I'll take the burden, and I'll even accept what people think ill of me, if that's what's necessary to bring about change. And this is where we all kind of culminate everything to the ending and bring it back to the beginning. Lelouch moving the king first. With the ending of Code Geass, it is with Lelouch telling Suzaku to take the mantle of Zero and to kill, well, him. And to kind of see how Lelouch started the new world change, brought peace to the world by getting rid of the king, is ironic to me, considering the very first move he makes in Code Geass is moving the king peace. And I think it all ties together with Lelouch's goal, with Lelouch's ambition, with Lelouch's regrets, and the reality of, I'm going to have to take all the burden and hatred of the world onto myself to remove myself from the picture. It's a very savior, messiah-like move from a character like Lelouch. And it all happens despite everything that he goes through throughout the entire series. The death of his loved ones, the realization of his mother and father's plan, feeling betrayed constantly left and right. He sticks to his ideal to the end to bring about true change. And I think that's truly the compelling aspect and the beauty of Lelouch throughout Code Geass, and pretty much why he has such a narrative pull and strength. You see him as Lelouch v. Britannia, the fallen prince. You see him as Lelouch, the normal high schooler. You see him as Zero, the terrorist rebel. And finally, you see him as King Lelouch, the sacrifice to bring about a better world. But yeah, I don't want to extend this too long. I don't really have much else to say. Kind of went at this unscripted. Hopefully you enjoyed it though. And if you are new to the channel, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, turn on the bell notifications. That way you're notified whenever...
Okay. Yeah, Lelouch was definitely a very well made character. Very interesting human piece, I guess you could say. You know, what would one who's of royalty do if he knows that the royalty of which he's a part of is in the wrong for how they treat humanity? Britannia, basically the United Kingdom, took over really a large chunk of the world, and that included Japan. And because the United States was never formed, from what I understood, the Revolutionary War failed. And so that gave the United Kingdom not just only secured the 13 colonies permanently, but was able to expand out westward. You know, combined with like the fall of Waterloo, you know, Napoleon losing Waterloo and all that stuff, and they were able to reach even further to get their hands on Japan. And from there, you know, they treat the Japanese with oppression, and so you know, there's revolutionaries trying to break free, and of course, eventually Lelouch would be like, yeah, the United States of Japan. It's like. But the research, this little video study, this character study, it's not bad. It's pretty good because he is right. Lelouch has to deal with a lot of the mistakes, and he actually does lament on the mistakes he did, especially with Yuffie. I'm not going to go into the details. I recommend you watch the show when you see what happened there. But what I can say is this. He does take the consequences to heart because he has to, and he didn't elaborate why Lelouch does that. But remember, Lelouch is part of the royalty of Britannia, and because of how Britannia had been abusing the Japanese in this storyline, Lelouch had to be above that, and that means that if he made any mistakes, he had to take responsibility because Britannia done a lot of cruelty, and they don't take responsibility for their actions, especially the royalty. They hurt the Japanese, and they blame the Japanese for getting hurt, and Lelouch really didn't like that. He didn't like that type of treatment. So anytime, so that leads to the test of his character. That anytime he makes a mistake, being a royal, people would expect him to, say, "Oh, it's the Japanese fault," but he doesn't. He say it's my fault. I screwed up. I messed up. And that's what makes him such a good, strong character, because he takes responsibility as a royal to not hurt the people that his extended family, the royalty, has been doing to the people they've been occupying, which is Japan, and all over the world, of course, because they really took a whole chunk of the world. They really took a lot of the world in Lelouch. And it's a fascinating what if story. What if the American Revolution failed? Well, they end up taking over Japan, and giant mechs rule. That's a very cool what if story. But Lelouch is. Ooh, excuse me. it's definitely a very well-rounded character, very well written, and it's the reason why so many people who have watched the show, remember him so much. With his battles with Suzaku and so on. It's been a long time, but surprisingly enough, I still remember some of the key moments as you've seen, in the story. I would love to revisit this. Actually, I should consider revisiting it, but nevertheless, Lelouch is definitely one of those well-written protagonists, shonen protagonists out there. Nothing is handed to him easily. He works for what he does. He works very hard. He worked very hard to get the rebellion he wanted and the declaration of a free Japan, to save to push back at the royals, his extended family, and of course ultimately making sacrifices and such. So yeah, this was very well done. I gotta say, good job. Very good job. Very good. Like he said, very compelling, and he's not wrong. He's a very compelling protagonist because what does one who is of great power do with the power when the people who also has the same power uses it to abuse people? Lelouch says, "I will defend. Our subjects in Japan from the abuses of my family, and the power they wield as royalty." And he used it to great effect because, some of the things he did was it's fantastic. A lot of the stuff he did was fantastic, and I do highly recommend Code Geass if you haven't seen it yet. Hands down. Yeah. I definitely do recommend it. Yeah, so that was The Masked Man. Again, links down in the description below. Check them out. Very good video indeed. Very good. Okay, last video. It's a pretty long one. Cowboy Bebop. Let me see here. I'm just want to take a quick look. Yeah, I do say a lot, don't I? I am I am totally an I'm an guy. Channeling my inner Barack Obama. Well, you see, we have to deal with Putin. My healthcare system is very good. Oh man. Gosh. Okay. Let's see. All right, let me just take a quick look around. All right. Let's see here. What's going on over here? Okay. I'm just scanning all my live streams here. Make sure that they're perfectly fine. Because this is the try stream, so I want to make sure everything is nice and stable still, because this is going to be a very long video, and we're going to be closing out the night with this, and I want to make sure we don't get a crash. All right, we're good to go. All right, it's time for Cowboy Bebop, guys. All right, everybody. We're going into Sock Sensei channel, making sense of Cowboy Bebop. This is a new look at the channel. First time research into Cowboy Bebop. I can't understate how much Cowboy Bebop elevated peak anime. Like, it put anime at a crescendo, at a height we may never see ever again. Not only that, but I have to say that Cowboy Bebop put anime at its height. It put it at its peak, and it kept it up there. Despite the fact that there were crashes, like the anime industry had a bit of a crash at one point in the 2000s, but still managed to make its way back up. The thing is that it didn't bottom out to the point that nobody wanted to sell DVDs. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't the crash wasn't at the level of the North American video game crash of 1983, where stores were like, yeah, we're not carrying any of your video games or console. Nobody was like that. Nobody got to that point with anime. It just meant that the studios that were doing translation, some of them did fold. Others got bought out. And the industry just did a fundamental shift and adapted to its situation and managed to survive thanks to the likes of Crunchyroll and Livestream, YouTubers and such, to keep anime still going along and not disappear into the ether. And stores like Best Buy continue to sell anime DVDs and Blu-rays, as well as online like Amazon. So even though it did have a nasty little bubble hiccup, it didn't get destroyed. And I would boldly say that part of the reason why it didn't fold is because of anime like Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop definitely cemented anime into American culture, and what it brought to the table, in terms of Western themes along with the Eastern themes. It was just, it was a nice happy marriage of two cultures put together into Cowboy Bebop, and having the benefit of being aired on Cartoon Network when Cartoon Network found its footing with anime, particularly Toonami, and establishing the Adult Swim, so that way they could be able to put a show like Cowboy Bebop on without drawing the ire of angry parents. Calling it Adult Swim was a brilliant move, because when parents showed up, parents saw the promotions, they see that Cartoon Network is making it very clear that it is for adults. That's why it's called Adult Swim, and they'll slap their kids and tell them, stop watching that violent anime porn. The Cartoon Network really figured out how to get anime uncut, untouched, and unlocalized. Not get localized, butchered the way anime was back in the 90s and 80s and 70s. Well, for a very long time, quite honestly. Getting anime the way it is meant to be watched was fully accomplished by Cartoon Network with the Adult Swim. And really opened up. It didn't just open up the doors. Basically, they took a hammer and nail, and they were able to not only bash that in, but they bent the nail so nobody could twist the nail and pull it out. They kept it. They were able to get anime part of the American lexicon in its own way, and it did grow. It grew out. I know I'm putting this on the forefront, but the reason why is because, once we get through making sense of Cowboy Bebop, I'll be spending most of the time talking about the storytelling. But I just wanted to preface why Cowboy Bebop is quite possibly, in my opinion, the most important anime. I talk about Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, and how it was able to bring in the crowds and everything. How Pokemon, was able to bring anime back into national television. I could point all those things out, but it was Cowboy Bebop that made it very clear that this is the direction anime is going to be going moving forward, and companies were not going to stop companies selling them like that, unfiltered, uncut. Anime companies, localizers were now freed from the syndication and business practices and the FCC and all that stuff, because of Cowboy Bebop and Adult Swim, and yeah, it is very important. It is very important because, and I will, and to finish the preface, look to Star Blazers. Star Blazers. That's the English title of jeez, sorry about that. Star Blazers. The Space Battleship Yamato. There we go. I couldn't remember it. I knew it was one of the it was based on the warship, but Space Battleship Yamato became Star Blazers in the United States, and it received a lot of butchering because it was very heavy on violence. This was back in 1979, and the local and that was basically like the solidification that bringing any anime to North America had to be butchered out. So much so that Voltron, Go Line in Japan, and BattleTech, the graphic violence was definitely tempered down and such, reduced to either just explosions and so on, but not in the level of actually seeing someone getting shot. Saying like anybody who got shot, anybody who got stabbed, you never got to see that. You either got implied death or in the case of Voltron, Sven was injured, severely injured, and incapable of piloting a robot anymore. That's where we get things like Yamcha saying, "It's all right, everyone jumped out of the helicopter in time," even though if we all know the helicopter blew up with everyone inside. Nappa killed everybody. Same with the city. When Nappa blew up the city, the news reporter's like, everybody made it out safe. It's like, huh? There's a big giant hole here. Nobody got out of that. Basically, localization because of the pearl clutches and such, ended up in coming off insulting people's intelligence unintentionally for the most part. But Cowboy Bebop, once they established Adult Swim and said, this is for adults only, Cowboy Bebop made it very clear, yeah, we're going to be doing anime like this from this days forward. And Cartoon Network followed through on that with later shows that they started putting into Adult Swim, later anime. And at that point, with the help of DVDs as well, being uncut and such, coming out uncut, it really was a 1-2 punch against anybody who looked at anime as cartoons. It really separated itself from the notion of cartoons. Cartoons would be seen, as something for kids, and anime is like, no, we're not cartoons. We're anime. We're for a more mature audience. And anime became more distinct in terminology, even though it's a short form for animation. So I know I've been going on for long enough, but that's how much Cowboy Bebop really hands down had the profound impact that it did for anime in North America overall, because it really made it very clear that this was the way anime was going to be. This is what it is culturally, and this is how anime was going to be moving forward. It was a statement. It was a matter of statement, and the fact that it had great quality, great music, great writing, amazing characters, amazing villains, and so on, turned it into a timeless classic. And very difficult to adapt into into live action if Netflix is anything to show for it. All right, so yeah, you'll find links to Sock Sensei down in the description below. This is Making Sense of Cowboy Bebop. Let us begin the research. I'm sorry, guys. I'm pressing all the wrong things. Here we go.
Cowboy Bebop stands as one of the most influential seinen in anime, but something I've noticed when I revisit this show is how difficult it can be to structure timeline events, along with understanding the backstory of each character. The show goes back and forth between plot progression and weekly monster stereotypes, having them hunt a bounty almost every episode. But even sprinkled in these episodes that may seem unimportant at face value, there's something to take away about the characters themselves, the real focus of the show. I've divided this video into chapters for each of the Bebop members, each section telling their own personal story, all coming together in the finale for one last adventure. But to truly make sense of Cowboy Bebop and understand the world they live in, we first have to go back to the start. An explosion of an experimental gate that would allow for hyperspace travel damages the moon, leaving the Earth to be showered by chunks of rock, destroying cities and killing millions. With no time to rebuild, with asteroids falling at the same rate we currently receive rainfall, the population of Earth drops to only 1.5 billion. From the original 6.2. With the planet becoming near unhospitable, a majority of humans leave Earth, colonizing places like Mars, Venus, the asteroid belt in between, and Jupiter's satellite moons, all thanks to new tech advancements making these planets both reachable and habitable. This did take some time to become the norm, however, that these astral gates would become stable, and reaching these new space colonies became less space Oregon Trail and more smooth sailing. Mars became the most popular destination for new settlers, deemed the new hub of human civilization, and it's with this move the concepts of politics, society, and economy changed drastically, with civilization opening up to the entire solar system. People began being born with no memories of Earth, and ethnic groups along with nationalities disappeared, people now coinciding with their new chosen planet. The economy soared in this new climate, but with this came a rise in wealth disparities, the rich and poor becoming further and further apart. This led to increased crime and unsteady social structure, and with the police force spread so thin across the galaxy, it became hard to control criminal activity. Organizations like the Red Dragon and White Tiger became influential in politics and the Intersocial System Police Force, ISSP for short. In attempts to counteract this new issue, the ISSP enacted the bounty reward scheme. If you caught a criminal, you get paid a hefty sum based on that person's wanted level. And with that in place, our space western begins.
Yeah, that's a great start on the world build. In this whole thing to get us all up to speed, because yeah, there's what's so amazing about Cowboy Bebop is the world build as well, but given piecemeal and such. Like, it wasn't just like, here it is and move along. You know, they really worked it in nicely without even stopping the story, which is, and putting us into exposition, which is really impressive when you think about it. That's not very easy to do, to be able to convey your world build. You know, to do it through, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're showing it, but you're not explaining it, but you're giving enough information to understand it, and you just go through it normally with the characters. And the more you start figuring out exactly how elaborate the world build is, you realize just how amazingly big the world build is, and how well fleshed out it was, without ever having to again stop the story and make us all listen to exposition. It can't be understated how fantastic the writing, the writing of the world build is in Cowboy Bebop. It's it's definitely exemplary. I would put that at S tier, hands down.
Going back several years to 2044, a child named Spike is born on Mars to parents that we received no information on. It's very possible that he became an orphan at a very young age, originally being raised in the slums, becoming a thug and thief in order to survive. He would eventually be picked up by Mao, a capo or underboss of the Red Crime Syndicate, over time becoming one of their top men. Along with Spike, Mao sponsored another into the Red Dragon, Vicious. With the two being the best Red Dragon has to offer, they both became candidates for Mao's position as capo, each with conflicting opinions on the matter. While Spike is uninterested in the position, Vicious craves the power, having a very selfish, ruthless personality, the polar opposite of Spike. The two do not get along. Another wrench between their relationship is their love for the same woman, Julia. While Julia is implied to be in a romantic relationship with Vicious, after nursing Spike back to health following a shootout, the two begin to have an affair. In light of this newfound romance, Spike desires to run away with Julia and leave the world of crime, but one thing stands in their way. The only way to leave the Red Dragon is in death. One of the only rules to be upheld in the syndicate, put in place by the Van, the Elders of Red Dragon. During this time, Vicious had enlisted into the Mars army, taking part in the war on Titan. Not much is known about the cause of the conflict, but during this war, Vicious meets Gren, who admires the strength he holds. While he has no desire for Gren's camaraderie, Vicious gifts him with the music box Julia gave to him, before falsely testifying against him in military court for being a spy. Why Vicious did this is unknown, but it's not outside his character to do it, just to torment Gren's kind heart. Having been suspecting unfaithfulness by Julia with his rival, he likely became even more bitter and hateful than he was before. Spike sends Julia a note stating he plans to fake his death and wants her to meet him at the cemetery so they can run away together. But Vicious intercepts this note, learning of the plan. Angered by the betrayal of his lover, he gives her two options: kill Spike, or you'll both reunite in death. Unwilling to kill the man she loves, she goes into hiding for the sake of them both. When Julia doesn't show and he's ambushed by the Red Dragon in the graveyard, he assumes that she either died or sold him out to Vicious, unaware of the threats he made in her life. Despite her disappearance, his love for her is undying, not something that would leave him anytime soon. Spike is able to fake his death in the shootout and is presumed dead by the Red Dragon. He's escaped them, but in his own words, he has already died, having lost the love of his life, his other half. Sometime in 2068, Spike befriends Jet, a former ISSP officer turned bounty hunter. The two partner up and on the B-Bomb travel the galaxy hunting petty criminals, but Spike is subconsciously only interested in a search for someone he knows he may never find. Julia meets Gren while he plays the sax in a local club on Callisto, one of Jupiter's moons, primarily populated by male convicts. Meeting Julia after his set, the two become friends, both finding comfort sharing their past with each other. Julia, her lost love Spike, and Gren, his lost friend Vicious. After hearing about his connection to Vicious and about the music box, she implores him to check inside it, revealing to both of them a tracking device. After he was taken into custody for espionage, he had heard rumors that it was his friend who testified against him, but he fought with that idea, desperately hoping it was not true. While imprisoned, he was experimented on with various medications they used in an attempt to stop his psychotic breakdowns caused by the betrayal he felt. Realizing now that his greatest fear has come true in front of his eyes, he's angered and sets forth a plan to lure Vicious to this planet and resolve the past relationship he cannot shake. Spike consults Laughing Bull, a Native American spiritual guide that he hopes will help him find the bounty he's after. A young couple attempting to escape the Red Dragon, using Red Eye to trade enough credits to leave the area.
This is a pretty good timeline compilation.
A drug popular for trade and crime syndicates. It's an immensely powerful steroid and stimulant, giving one a tad tease of super strength. Laughing Bull tells Spike where he'll find them, but also warns him in the near future he will meet a woman, be hunted by this woman, and then death. Spike has no real interest in fate or this prophecy, brushing it off, saying he was already killed by a woman once before, a hint that he cannot let go of his time with Julia. Spike's attempt to apprehend the couple becomes difficult, with Red Dragon in hot pursuit of the pair as well. Spike sees himself in the couple as they make efforts to leave the syndicate, but in the end they are all but successful, dying at the hands of the Red Dragon. Time passes as a woman and dog have joined the Bebop crew, much to Spike's distaste. He makes note that there are 3 things he hates in this world: animals, children, and women with attitudes, and 2 of those have found themselves on board. Realistically, they are both still here because he has too good a heart, unwilling to let the dog be taken advantage of if returned to the mad scientist they were performing the bounty for, and not so reluctantly letting Faye stay aboard the ship after their fated meeting at the casino job. While it may seem on the surface level that Spike is easygoing, there are times where that's quite the opposite, whether it be arguing with Faye or a piece of his past, this time it being the latter. Current talks with the Red Dragon and White Tiger Syndicate are at work to resolve a conflict between the two organizations. The talks led by Mao goes smoothly, but as the White Dragon ship takes off, it doesn't quite reach the atmosphere. Having felt that Mao has grown soft, Vicious along with his loyal underlings kill Mao. Vicious smiles as Mao reminds him he would have never done such an aggressive maneuver if Spike was still around. The Red Dragon Elders are oblivious to Vicious's involvement in this incident, but they do suspect it. Spike is
Vicious played a crazy
his
chess
former
game.
boss's head and seeks to gather information from a friend of his past. Faye, on the other hand, rushes in headstrong to apprehend Mao. Annie, a syndicate associate, is surprised to see Spike alive, but stifles her anger for being left in the dark, telling Spike that Mao is already dead, the bounty being a trap to lure Spike in by none other than Vicious himself. It seems he never believed Spike died all those years ago, and now Faye, falling into the trap, becoming the bargaining chip to get Spike to the meeting grounds. Spike arrives at the appointment in exchange for Faye's life, facing off against a small squad of Red Dragon assassins and Vicious. He's able to defeat all of them, but in an exchange against his rival, he is pushed out a several-story window. Falling to the pavement, his life flashes before his left eye. He sees images of his past in the Syndicate along with Julia, more clues to us of his repressed longing for her. Spike's eyes tell us a lot about him as a character, him stating that his right eye, which was at one point replaced with an artificial, sees the present, his left only seeing the past, taking this close-up on the left eye, all more impactful of a scene. As he falls, he's able to throw a grenade at Vicious, injuring him, but the two
Which
both
was so
escape
awesome.
the encounter alive, Spike being picked up by the Bebop crew. More time goes by. A child named Edward, a hacking prodigy, joins the crew of the Bebop. As things get more complicated aboard the ship, Faye flees to an unknown planet, running away from her fears of abandonment and confused feelings towards her companions. While searching for her location, Ed comes across the name Julia on Callisto, along with Faye's location, which sends the normally lethargic Spike into a frenzy of action at the news she is still out there, alive, causing him to begin a search. While Jet insists they look for Faye first, as Callisto is majorly populated by men, making it dangerous for her to be there, Spike cares not for her in comparison to Julia. He assumes that a man named Gren would have information on her, as he has been seen with women here before. Little does he know that the name drop of Julia was Gren's longtime plan to lure Vicious to a meeting with him. Getting a direct request for a red-eye trade is unusual for Vicious, but given the fact that someone named Julia is the one attempting to make the trade, he's more than interested. The van allow him to go as long as Lynn, a more loyal Red Dragon member, accompanies him. While in search for Gren, Spike encounters street thugs who confuse him for Vicious. Being confused for the man he despises sends him into a fury. While beating the thugs, he realizes that Julia is a code word for an ongoing red-eye trade involving Vicious and this man named Gren. With his anger still boiling, he decides to go kill Vicious while he's on this moon. The two have a run-in with each other, both cursing the other with words of hatred.
Set up.
Vicious throwing Spike off guard with the information that only but 2 years ago Julia had been here. Information he has thanks to the music box tracker. Before Spike can shoot him, his former underling and friend, Lynn, shoots Spike and the two leave the scene. While lying in the snow, Spike dreams of his past, the eye surgery, conversations with Vicious and Julia. When he wakes, he realizes Lynn shot him with a tranq, seeming to not want to kill his former friend. Vicious and Lynn go to the meeting point. Gren then reveals himself from his disguise once Vicious and him trade cases, asking him why it is he testified against him during the War of Titan. Vicious simply states there is nothing to believe in, not faith, hope, love, trust, nor camaraderie. He simply did it out of annoyance of Gren's desire for kinship, nothing more. Upset, Gren attempts to shoot him,
evil.
but Lynn jumps in front, taking the bullet. Ironically, what saved Vicious was the exact thing he refuses to acknowledge. Having laced the suitcase with an explosive that Vicious narrowly avoids, Gren takes to his ship, firing upon Vicious as he retreats to his own. Jet contacts Spike, who is still lying in the snow, telling him to make up for his behavior, he needs to grab a bounty target. While initially uninterested, hearing that it's none other than Gren, who may know something about Julia's whereabouts, sets him into action. Spike reaches the site of the explosion. The three enter a dogfight, resulting in Gren being shot down and Vicious's ship heavily damaged by another planted bomb. Spike goes to Gren's crash site, hoping to get some information out of him, but he's left disappointed. While Gren is unable to provide information on her whereabouts, he knows who Spike is just from what Julia talked about him. He shares this with Spike, And while he may not be any closer to a reunion, he at least can take solace in the fact he has not left her mind. Spike returns to the Bebop after one last confrontation with Vicious, leaves the two unable to solve their conflict once again. Despite their disagreement about Spike's search for Julia, Jet welcomes him back with open arms. He understands that she is part of the demons of his past. Spike has been unable to come to terms with this past, to carry the weight of it. He's unable to let sleeping dogs lie, and come time, he will be bit.
Yeah, Spike's whole entire being the main character and everything, he's definitely a dang good protagonist. You know, he had wisdom where he would talk about being like water. He was a trickster. Very comedically funny, like when terrorists were in the airplane, he was like sleeping, and he was wearing the what you call it, the sleeping mask with two eyes on it. so they thought he was still awake, but he was actually asleep. But what also gives him makes him so interesting is his relationship with Julia and Vicious. It was hands down sort of like a love triangle type of situation. You know, he felt betrayed. No, I don't want to say he felt betrayed. He just wanted Julia back. You know what I'm saying? Because the whole plan, like as noted in the summary, he wanted to fake his death so he could get Julia away from there and they could live happily ever after. But it didn't work out because Julia basically ran off. She ran off, and Spike still was able to get his fake death, but without her. He of course, as was noted, thought that she was dead. But now that he knows she's alive, thanks to Gren, things would come to a head. Spike is definitely one of the quintessential protagonists of anime, hands down. He is most definitely memorable. He's very easy to cosplay amongst Cowboy Bebop fans. He doesn't wear out his welcome, despite the fact that he does so many mistakes, because he does make a lot of mistakes, you know, and trying to grapple with his past while trying to look to the future. You know, trying to figure out what he wants, you know, like his future. He wants his future to be with Julia, but he can't really. He just couldn't come to terms with the fact that, you know, that they were separated, and rightfully so, because she was alive and she did hide. You know, she was in hiding, and his instincts were pretty correct. He just didn't know how to, not only how to handle that because of the way Vicious, you know, and the Red Dragons dealt with him in the past, but, you know, he presumed her to be dead, you know, right on the outset. And yeah, he just it was very hard for him. But once he got the revelation, you know, the truth, he now was determined. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. He was definitely determined to want to get her back. You know, it's like it's one of that lost love type things. You know, he was caught having lost his love, and he didn't know how to deal with it. You know, and you know, following his whole entire journey, it's pretty much almost tragic, honestly. You know. Especially when he finally had the chance to get what he wanted, you know, and that was Julia. But when you want to talk about like S tier protagonist, he's hands down up there. I would put him along with Guts, Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star, Yang Wang Lee from Legend of the Galactic Heroes. I would definitely put him up there among the protagonists. Top S tier protagonist. Maybe someday I'll do a tier list. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe someday. Here's Jet Black.
Growing up, Jet had a strong sense of morality. Sometime in the 2050s, he joined the ISSP as an investigator, and with his partner Fad, he became a prominent figure, earning the name Black Dog after his unbending will to see a case to completion. During an ongoing investigation on the Blue Snake Syndicate in the 2060s, Jet befriended a member, Pow, who gave him information on the organization in exchange for helping him lead the syndicate. Seeing that Pow feared for his daughter's safety and wished to protect her, he agreed, but was not too confident on the success, as Pow was in so deep that escape may not be possible. Pow would later disappear, Jet assuming he was either successful or killed in his attempt to get out. During the same time, Jet had a relationship with Elisa, whose presence got him through the hard days of work. However, when returning home one day, he found a note only saying the words, "Farewell." Left with it was a pocket watch. Jet was stricken by grief over this and vowed that if Alyssa did not return by the time that pocket watch stops, he would leave this moon he's known as home. Throwing himself deeper into work with the disappearance of his love, Jet and his partner Fad began a deep investigation of a European crime syndicate that had corrupted most of the ISFP. After tracking down an affiliate by the name of Uday, Jet and Fad pursued the gunman. The two get separated, Jet cornering the man, but just at that moment a spotlight flashes him, and in a daze his left arm is shot with enough force to tear it off. Fortunately, Jet survives the attack and Uday is arrested. Although with scientific advancement it is possible for him to regrow an arm, he's opted for a metal one as a reminder of the incident. By 2064, the pocket watch no longer works, and Alyssa is nowhere to be seen. Jet, disgusted by the corruption of the ISSP, leaves both the moon and the Force, buying a former fishing ship, which he gives the name Bebop over his love for the corresponding genre of jazz, beginning his journey as a bounty hunter. It would be 4 more years before he would meet Spike, becoming his new partner and close friend. 3 years after that, the two would obtain 3 more crewmates, a dog, woman, and child, the latter of which Jet feels a parental care for. For the most part, Jet has left his past back on the moon of Jupiter, content with what he has. But quite obviously, the past still eating away at him, shown by the pocket watch he still holds on to, a memento of his life with Lisa. After capturing a hefty bounty, Jet's forced to deliver them to his home planet. Much to his dislike, he decides to resolve his past with Elisa while there, going to the bar that she now owns. In shambles, the place is set to close down, Jet being the last customer to visit there. She insists that, despite the closing, she's doing alright, introducing Jet to Rent, her new boyfriend. After Rent steps out, Jet questions her on why it is she left him all those years ago. She's very cryptic in her answer, refusing to give him a full picture. Unsatisfied, Jet decides to leave, but soon learns from Spike that Rent is wanted for murder with a hefty bounty on his head. Rent, figuring out that Jet is a bounty hunter, prompts Elisa and him to make a run for it, Jet pursuing them. Once caught, Jet only questions Elisa, not too focused on the bounty, knowing that the man Rent killed was threatening to do the same to Elisa if she didn't pay him back for a loan. He simply asks her to tell him the truth. Elisa tells him that she wanted more freedom and independence from life, even if it meant making terrible mistakes. With Jet, things were laid out for her. He had things sorted out. With him, she didn't need to worry about a thing, but to her, that was suffocating. She wanted to make mistakes, screw up on her own, which is exactly what she does both in business and in her relationship. While Rent and her do love each other, they both make stupid mistakes. And as Jet sees that what she currently has is what she wants, he lets them go, knowing that what she was to him is in the past, gone. Before leaving his home planet for the second time, he leaves the pocket watch here too, reaching resolution. It isn't until after the fiasco with Faye and Callisto that the other portions of his past life come to haunt him as well. His old friend Fad informs him that Uday is taking control of a prisoner ship.
Yeah, his second chance on Uday.
While Jet initially doesn't care anymore, he's left that grudge in the past. Fad eventually convinces him in recapturing the man that took his arm years ago. Jet corners Uday once again, but to his surprise, Uday reveals that Fad was the one that shot Jet's arm off, a crooked cop himself. Before he can go on, Fad appears and shoots Uday, turning his gun on his old partner. Fad admits to this betrayal, and in a shootout with Jet is mortally wounded. As he lies there dying, he admits to Jet that the reason he wanted to work on this case together was because he was nostalgic, missing the old days they used to be partners in. Before leaving, Jet sets the scene to look like Fad died heroically in a shootout against the prisoners. Though the man may have betrayed him, Jet still thought of him as a friend. Not long after, Jet helps Pao's daughter find closure with her father's death. She believes that he is still alive, as Jet helps her decipher a cryptic message left by him suggesting his location. They end up finding him trapped in hyperspace, where they say their goodbyes, as there's nothing they can do to save him. The final string of his past, reaching a satisfying conclusion. A short while later, both Ed and Faye leave the Bebop without telling them where they're going. Jet accidentally helps Ed in locating her father, who is still living on the destructed Earth. Although Ed's father shows no interest in his child, Ed desires to stay behind on Earth with him, and joining Ed here too. Ed gives Jet a final memento, a pinwheel to remind him of her, and says goodbye to the Bebop for good. While seeing Ed go is hard for Jet, he knows that it's what she wants, and he accepts the decision, leaving Spike and him, once again, the only members of the Bebop.
Yeah, I would have to say Jet Black really got the most closure out of everybody. Like every plot point in his part of the series had been all wrapped up neat and tight and never had to be revisited. He left out Perot. Wasn't Perot one of his cases as well? That one too got I think got resolved. I can't remember very clearly, but he definitely came out on top in the whole series. Like every single issue he had, whenever an episode was focused on him, resolved very easily. Whether it was finding his friend that was lost in the portal, and the daughter was able to get the closure she needed, to finding his old girlfriend and finding out, the truth of what had happened. He came out. He legitimately came out big on top. If anything, the one point in which he probably didn't come out, if you want to try and take the try and get diminishing returns on him, would be losing Spike at the end. Losing his best friend would be most definitely the loss that he would have out of all of that. Like, he didn't come out on top to help Spike to keep him from getting facing Vicious and having that fight. If you want to try that, but in terms of overall, Jet definitely was law abiding in his own way. His principles and such. Very good chemistry with everybody. Quite honestly, every character in there, and he wasn't. And for a side character, it was definitely top tier. For a side character, for a partner character, if you wanted to do a tier list of partners, he's definitely S tier. He had a very good storyline, with great mysterious backstories and such. He was definitely fun. I liked when him and Spike were trying to deal with the food issue, and they were just staring at the morsels. He's like, Spike's like, oh man, it's but very rarely did he ever jump into his own ship and fly out there. It was always piloting the Bebop for the most part. But overall, Jet was definitely a fantastic partner of Spike, and a damn good friend. 1994.
Faye was born to a wealthy family in Singapore. She lived a normal life and, in high school, recorded a video for a time capsule project that will come into play later. When she turned 20, her parents and her travel abroad on a private spacecraft, but something goes horribly wrong and her parents are killed.
Okay, she looked like a kid
when she's
at 20.
found, her injuries prove untreatable by current day medicine, so they opted to cryogenically freeze her until a remedy for her condition is found. This would keep her both from aging and dying. During cryo sleep, however, the hyperspace gate incident occurs, and during during the countless meteor showers on Earth, the lab she was kept at was severely damaged, and along with it, the data about her identity. Only her first name remained. 54 years later, in 2068, Faye was finally awoken and cured, but the doctor that would assist her was less than satisfactory. He informed her that she was in a debt to him of over 300 million credits. Suffering from severe amnesia, she didn't have a clue of who she was and how she got here, causing her to panic. Seeing the vulnerable state she was in, the doctor and his nephew Haggis planned to take advantage of her in an elaborate scheme. Haggis pretended to have feelings for Faye, and his comfort and helping hand made her quickly fall for him. He gets her to sign her will, saying things like, "I want you to have my assets if anything happened to me," but what she didn't realize is that all this man had was 35 million credits of debt. The group staged a ship that Haggis convinced Faye was her creditors looking to cash in, telling her to run to the hospital and not look back. As she does, she hears an explosion. Haggis is deemed dead. It was soon after that she would find out that she was duped, sunk into more debt by taking on that asshole's own. Unable to pay the millions, Faye chose to live a life on the run. She would do small schemes and steal goods. Because of this, she ended up incurring a 6 million credit bounty on her head. Having had such a bad first encounter when she first awoken, gone was her compassionate, kind personality of her pre-accident self. She became distrusting, irresponsible, and angry. She didn't want to be alone, but she also couldn't trust anyone after what was pulled on her. Eventually, a gambling debt of hers caught up to her. The casino owner, Gordon, forcing her to work for him. It was here in 2071 she has a run-in with Spike and Jet when the two attempt to collect a bounty on her head, which eventually is dropped. She's able to escape, but is later picked up by them after her craft runs out of fuel. After the three get roped into doing a job together, Faye invites herself onto the Bebop. While Spike and Jet do not agree with this, seeing that they'll have no luck kicking her off, they just let it be. After several hunts and being saved by Spike from her captor Vicious during the May bounty trap, Faye has a crisis. She's afraid of her newfound affection she has for her comrades, afraid of becoming more attached, and afraid of the possibility of abandonment. She follows her motto, leave before being abandoned, flying to the moon Callisto, where she stumbles upon Gren, who she quickly befriends. She, for some odd reason, feels comfortable telling Gren about herself, explaining the crisis she was having. Gren was very reassuring, and when telling her about himself, Faye jumps when he mentions his connection with Vicious. He explains the plan he intends to execute, which puts her more at ease, knowing he isn't one of his faithful assassins. But she does become upset. She tries to stop him from going, offended that he's befriended her and now is going to risk his life in a plan that could go all sorts of wrong. Even in her newest of friendships, her fear of abandonment is strong. He apologizes to her, as this is something he must do to reconcile with his past, and knocks her out, handcuffing her to the bed so she cannot stop him. Jet eventually finds her and takes Faye back to the Bebop while Spike deals with the feud between him, Vicious, and Gren. While lounging on the couch, Faye mutters the name Julia, curious of the past that it brings with Spike. While the two may bicker 90% of the time they are together, it is quite obvious in the other 10% of moments that the two care for each other. Faye shows that in moments where Spike puts himself in severe danger, when he's injured, and moments like these, while Spike is much better at hiding these emotions. Faye, looking at Yen, is reminded of her wake from cryosleep and tells the dog of the events that transpired.
Yen? I thought it was
obviously
Ein.
wanting to confide in someone about her troubled
Yen?
past, but not in someone who could comment on it. Unlucky for her, Spike was listening the entire time and comes out to tell her to forget the past and live in the present. Ironic advice coming from a man who is more caught up in his than anyone else on the Bebop. Embarrassed that he overheard her, Faye storms off, dismissing what he said. In the meantime, Jet returns to the Bebop with a bounty, who is none other than Haggis, the man Faye fell for and who she thought was dead. After interrogating him about what really happened that day, Faye is left enraged and attempts to get the full information of what happened to her from him. He states that neither he nor the doctor, his uncle, know. They found her in cryosleep, her records destroyed except for her first name, and decided to take advantage of her. Disappointed that she is no closer to solving the mystery of her past, she turns Haggis in herself for the small bounty he's worth. A small satisfaction, but still one at that. A package arrives at the Bebop for Faye. Fearing it's from a collector or worse, she flees before opening it. Jet ends up paying the delivery fee and finds the package strangely containing a VHS tape. While they don't have a player for it, oddly enough, one is delivered not too much later.
What an
Spike
amazing
and Jet
episode
end up
that
watching
was,
tape, not
the
making too much
VHS
sense of
tape.
the contents, except that it seems to be from Faye's past. Faye at this point has returned to the ship and has been watching from around the corner. She studies the contents for the next several days, confused by them as she has no memory of these events. The girl in the tape is much different than who she is, making it more perplexing for her. Ed watches her study this and mentions she might know where to find the area in which it was recorded. She ends up taking her up on this. While she stands at the same place her younger self stood, an elderly woman approaches her. introducing herself as a former classmate of Faye, initially thinking Faye was a ghost since she was still so youthful. But when Sally approached her, she realized that she was still alive, just as forgotten all their memories together. Sally attempts to help Faye remember information about herself, sharing memories, but this scares Faye and she runs away, afraid of the absences in her head. After the discovery of her youth and the tape, Faye is influenced by her younger self, becoming more empathetic, vulnerable, and caring to the Bebop members, encouraging Ed to find where she belongs when she's at a crossroads after finding her father. Not long after, her memories resurface while on the Bebop during a shower, and she quickly decides she needs to leave for good. But when returning to the location of her home, all that is left is rubble. She traces the perimeter of her room, lying where her bed used to be. Here she realizes that living in the past isn't really living. She's holding on to something that doesn't exist anymore. The life she had on Earth is gone. It was, but isn't anymore. What she currently holds dear, where her home is now, is on the Bebop, with Jet, Spike, and while Ed may be gone, she is family no less. While frustrated that her old life no longer exists, she decides to return home, having reconciled with her past. And that's when she sees him.
Yeah, Faye Valentine has this really actually the most tragic of among the crew. You know, she was 20 years old. You know, got into that horrific accident and ended up in cryostasis, and then gets taken advantage of by two creepy men because she had no records and she had no memory. And just spent a big chunk of her new life, you know, being someone she's not. And it was so heartbreaking to see when she finally made it home that it wasn't there anymore, and she had to figure out exactly where her room used to be. Like all that is her identity, you know, returned 100%. And I don't think the assessment here for her saying that she was living in the past, she was trying to find her past. I really feel like that was Sock Sente got it wrong. She wasn't trying to live in the past. She was trying to get her memories back, you know, because she had been taken advantage of. You know, she barely, got past childhood because she was 20 years old. You know what I'm saying? So, so she was basically 2 years removed from being underage. So the whole world was still new to her. You know, the whole concept of adult life was new to her. And the fact that a tragic accident, you know, put her in cryostasis and then left her with amnesia due to the destruction from the moon, you know, the pieces of the moon. Naturally, instinctually, when you have two creepy guys straddle her with a debt on top of another debt, a debt that she didn't even ask for, and she has no idea who she is, where she's going. You know, it's very horrible. It's a very horrible experience, and Spike definitely is 100% wrong saying that she shouldn't be living the past. But he didn't know her. He didn't understand her. So it's totally understandable. But to sit there and assess that she was living in the past as the assessment is actually wrong. She had a valid reason for chasing the past, unlike Spike. You know, she had to get her life back in some capacity. She needed to be. She couldn't. It's not so much that she couldn't move forward. She was moving forward, but she was moving forward in a lost manner. She had to get her sense of self back. She needed to be who, you know, she needed to get that identity back. You know, you can't live your entire. I cannot fathom and comprehend what it's like to have amnesia and yearning to have that past back, to having those memories back, you know, to regain those memories, you know, to have that nagging feeling and you can't move forward. You know what I mean? She wanted to move forward. she wanted to enjoy adulthood, but she couldn't if she did if she couldn't have her past. If she couldn't have her past, and her past is being defined by a $330 million debt dumped on her after she woke up from stasis after 50 plus years, of cryosleep. That was through no fault of her own. That was from an accident. She didn't, agree to it. She her family wanted her to survive, and she had to get that closure. And the fact that she was able to attain it, it was very sad. But the key factor is that she did get back, even though she now has to live this new adult life. Her getting her memories back brought back a piece of her. He's saying that that the old Faye is long gone, but that's not actually true. She was able to get a piece back. Now that she got her memories back in her past, she now was able to go through the grief and the pain that she needed to go through in order to be able to move forward with her life. And she was and now, with her past return, she is able to move forward with her memories returned. What I'm saying? She wasn't looking to go back to the past or anything and relive the past. She just wanted to, to just get the closure she needed. Say, whatever goodbyes she had to say, she could say it and move along and be able to take care of herself moving forward. Basically, she got who she wanted to, who she was back, but now she was able to incorporate that with who she is and is able to move forward to be who she wants to be. She basically got her freedom. Despite the $30 million debt still on her head. She still has the $330 million debt on her head, but at least now she has a much better focus, and she can actually, she got that one little monkey off her back, which is the amnesia. Now she has clarity of who she is and what she can do to be able to, go, now she could choose her destiny. Basically, she's now free to pick her future, choose her destiny, and have the life that she can freely want. And it's a very good conclusion. But to say that she gave up her past, no, she got the past she want. She got she's finally the Fae. She may not be that Fae anymore, but she's whole, basically. She's complete. There we go. What I'm saying? She's got the satisfaction of knowing that she's now whole again. She's complete. It's not about turning back the clock and being that same 14-year-old. It was about having the whole within her. Being a whole person again. And now that she's a whole person again, she can move forward on her terms. Despite the $330 million still tacked on her head.
While Ed and N have rather small roles in comparison to the other three members, their presence aboard the Bebop allows the three adults comfort and chances at growth. They help Spike open up himself to the things he shies away from, dogs and children, most likely stemming from his fear of attachment after losing Julia. They give Faye chances to open up to someone as well as experience affection, albeit something that she still fears. Ed allows Jet to experience a type of fatherhood, something we can tell he quite enjoys. While N may just be a
interesting
dog
observation.
with no major story growth to talk about, he's an emotional support for the crewmates and a good friend to Ed. Thanks to the Bebop, he escapes the experimentation lab that held him captive, giving him a new, better life. Ed, on the other hand, has a rather mysterious background. Ed's father was quite an eccentric man. Having forgotten to pick her up from daycare, she was left deserted, living with random strangers for the next 2 years. She eventually wandered into an orphanage where she spent 2 more years before leaving it too, probably in search for her father and for greater freedom. Ed was a genius-level computer hacker, growing quite the legacy across the galaxy, being able to pretty much find and track whoever and whatever she wanted. She became fond of the legendary Bebop bounty hunters and desired to join the crew. Seeing that they were near Earth on a bounty hunt, she hijacked the ship's controls, forcing them into taking her up on the hunt, which she proved very useful in. Despite this, they tried to leave without Ed, as they felt the ship was no place for a kid. But Ed once more seizes control of the ship as ransom for letting him. Over the year they all spend together, Ed bonds primarily with Jet, Faye, and Ed. While Spike and her do not have much of a relationship due to Spike's reclusive nature, they get along alright. When the time comes and Ed helps Faye find her old home, the two visit the orphanage she stayed at for a couple years. There she's told that her father had been there looking for her, sparking her on a journey to reunite with him, bringing her past full circle, just like every other member of the Bebop. After tricking the crew into finding her father by putting a fake bounty on his head, Ed is reunited with her father. The man recognizes Ed, offering to take her with him if that's what she wants. Another meteor shower begins, prompting the crew and her father to part immediately after she's posed this. While on the Bebop, she considers the option, unsure if she should leave the crew and join her dad. Faye encourages her to make the decision that she will be most happy with, and she decides to stay on Earth. She leaves Jet a pinwheel as a memento and says goodbye, walking off into the desert. N runs after Ed, who's treated the dog like her pet, showing him great respect. At first, Ed is unsure if she should let N come along, but after he shows Ed it's what he desires, Ed is overjoyed to have the dog along with her. The crew, while originally not wanting the child to come along, are sad to see Ed go, but this is where her journey led her, back to her father once again, along with a new companion.
No, that was a very short one, but definitely she came very, very late into the series. Like, what is it? Very late into the series, despite being on the opening title every single episode from the start. It's Ein, not Een. I don't know why why you're pronouncing that. It's Ein. It's pronounced Ein. They all pronounce it Ein, short for Einstein for a dang reason. It's driving me nuts hearing that. She's definitely what you call flavor. Saying to keep the seriousness tempered, because with the trio, Faye, Jet, and especially Spike, it could be very downer across the board, and I think that was a very smart decision, really bringing Ed in. She wasn't really the type of character that was annoying or anything, and she didn't outstay her welcome. She brought some levity, little change to, I don't want to dare say the family dynamic. I think that's very dumb. She just added, she was like a little extra spice. I really enjoyed her. I enjoyed the episode, what is it, Children, Toys in the Attic, when everybody was getting bit by the crab, the crab meat, that whole parasite, and she just grabbed the thing and ate it. Just outright ate the thing. The thing's like squiggling in her hands, like trying to escape, and she's like, "Ow!" What a highlight. She definitely didn't have any how you say, episode specific adventures. She usually just tags along and such, but she definitely and it was a very good observation on his part. She brought out a lot in the trio. With Faye, with Spike, he definitely, despite his grumbleness, he still interacted with her and gave her time. With Jet, she did help him out with one of his cases by posing as his daughter, so that way he could get in and do some investigation. So he could be able to get access to the area he wanted to go to and do investigation. With Faye, it was very sisterly. Again, tying back to Faye having Faye's amnesia, I think it's fair to say that that she connected with Ein, because Ein is a kid. Faye was only 2 years removed from being underage, childhood. She was 20 when she got hurt. So being able to interact with Ed the way she did, with doing girly stuff, was really showed that there was. That Faye's, that Faye wasn't, completely closed off and everything, to put it simple. It wasn't like accessing her past or anything, but it could have been residual, a residual effect. You know, when she, like when they were doing nails and such. You know, pretty much Ed did prove effective on many situations with the hacking, and really was very useful, and she was definitely a popular character, you know, in a sense. I'm not sure what more to elaborate, because she really did have a very short time. Like she was gone even way before the series was even at its penultimate episode. It was Honky Tonk Women, I believe. I think that was what, three. Like there were 3 episodes out from the finale, from the final episode, and that's when Ed left. You know, Ed left for good. So you know, it was like a blink of an eye type of thing. But she really definitely helped, you know, lighten the mood, lighten the series, because the series really was really going, you know, to very serious and dark places as it went along. But then once Ed popped in, you know, added some levity, you know, to the crew and such. Ed is definitely a very fan fave among Cowboy Bebop fans, and I have to say her and Ein, along with Faye, Jet, and Spike, are the most well-written, well-rounded characters in an anime series that I have seen to date. You know, outside of what you call Berserk, outside of Berserk and Legend of Galactic Heroes, they're definitely an excellent crew.
With Faye, In, and Ed leaving to find themselves, Spike and Jet find themselves at the Loser Bar, depressed, though they may not admit it, unaware of the Red Dragon members stalking them in the shadows. Moments before, Vicious enacted a coup, attempting to dethrone the band as leaders of the syndicate. They suspected this thanks to the words of a fortune teller and apprehend him. In light of this coup, they send an order to wipe anyone with a connection to Vicious. This includes Spike and Julia. Both that the van had been made aware are still alive. The Loser Bar quickly turns into a shooting range. In the firefight, Jet's leg is wounded, but thanks to the help of Spike's friend Shin, they're filled in on the situation at the Syndicate. The two are able to escape, while Shin covers them. Jet is troubled by Spike's past coming back to haunt him, reminding him that he is no longer part of the Red Dragon, that he shouldn't let it draw him back in. Despite his pleas, Spike's face tells us where his head is at. The moment that Shin said Julia was in danger, there was no questioning what he would be doing. By chance, Faye meets Julia, shooting at her assassin pursuers, jumping in her car as they make a getaway. As they lie low, Julia recognizes Faye as one of Spike's acquaintances. She tells her to let Spike know that she will be at the place. Catching on that this is the Julia that haunts Spike's past, she begrudgingly returns to the Bebop to deliver the message she knows will bring destruction. Jet shares a story with Spike with this conclusion. Men only think of the past right before death, as if searching for proof that they were alive, worrying that his friend is being sucked in by his own, never to return once it reaches its conclusion. So far, Faye, Jet, and Ed reconciled with their past, but they did so in letting go of it. The difference for Spike is that his past is something he cannot shake. While Jet pleads for him to free the past, Spike shares with his longtime friend what Julia meant to him, his other half he had lost, the part of him he had longed for. It's not something he can let go of. Shocked at his profession as Spike really talks about his past, Jet becomes understanding, knowing full well now this isn't something he can prevent him from chasing. Faye returns and hesitantly decides to give Spike the message from Julia. Immediately following, the Bebop is attacked by a fleet of Red Dragon fighters. He and Faye fend them off, afterwards Jet giving Spike a message, telling him to go to her, to get back what he had lost. At the Red Dragon HQ, Vicious is put up for execution in front of the van, who comment on the futility of his coup, but to their surprise, a portion of their guards release him, a firefight commencing. It seems they underestimated just how deep the loyalty to Vicious runs. In the aftermath, Vicious has killed the 3 elders, taking their spot, becoming the sole leader of the Red Dragon Syndicate. Hearing that Julia and Spike have a planned meeting, his first order is to kill the pair.
I don't
In
know
the
if that was a
cemeteries,
good
the two
idea on
lovers
Vicious part.
reunite, although there's some rather heavy emotions in the air. Julia pulls a gun on Spike in a somewhat strange way of explaining just what would have happened if she showed 4 years prior. Spike asks her why she didn't take the deal to kill him and be free. In response, she poses a question of her own. Why is it that you loved me? The two embrace, agreeing to run away together like they had hoped to do. They stop by Annie's to gather supplies, but find her bleeding out from a gut wound. It seems that she was targeted during Vicious's attempt to locate Spike and Julia. The two sit with her during her last few seconds, a final moment of peace before chaos ensues. Both Jet and Faye contemplate what has happened, Faye passive-aggressively commenting that Jet was the one pushing Spike to go, and Jet lashing out at Faye, obviously due to the conflicted feelings he has on his last words to his friend. He asks Faye what kind of girl
Twitch
Julia
chat,
was.
best
Faye
anime of all
responds, "She was
time."
the type of girl you just couldn't leave alone. Jet's face eases, feeling more like he did the best he could, urging his friend to see this through. Spike and Julia take a stand against the swarm of Red Dragon assassins. They're able to form an opening, rushing the rooftops, but a lone surviving gunman fatally shoots Julia. Spike can only watch on, in obvious anguish. He shoots the gunman and goes to her, but it's far too late. She struggles to say any final words, finally muttering to her love, something inaudible to us. Spike holds her in his arms as she passes on.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Jet visits Laughing Bull, asking him if he knows where he could find Spike. He leaves him with an anecdote depicting Spike close to death, his star soon falling. Jet just can't believe his friend will die, but the teller leaves him with some wise words. Do not fear death. It will always be by your side. When you show fear, it will spring on you faster than light. But if you do not, it will only gently look over you. Much to the disbelief of Jet, Spike returns to the Bebop, commenting that he is starving for some food, prompting Jet to make him one last meal. Over the food, Spike tells a fairy tale, indirectly describing his personal life story to Jet. It depicts a striped cat who dies a million deaths, only to be reborn after each one. Never does this cat fear death, but one day he meets a white cat. Eventually the white cat dies of old age, leaving the striped one crying a million times in grief, before it too dies, only this time never to come back to life. Spike's point is that Julia was what made him feel alive. With her gone, he is, in every sense but physically, dead. Jet questions if this suicide mission he is about to embark on to the Red Dragon HQ is for Julia, but Spike simply states that there's nothing he can do for a dead woman. This is his own revenge. Jet is left torn. He understands his friend's desire to seek retribution, but knows that this road only has but one ending. Holding Spike at gunpoint, Faye pleads for him not to go. She tells him her memories resurfaced, yet nothing good came from it. The thing she was desiring this entire time only brought her a bitter bit of sorrow for what had been lost. She reminds him of what he said to her, to forget the past, live in the present, asking why he won't do the same. He edges closer to her, telling her that only his right artificial eye can see the present, while his left only the past, making it inseparable from his present. Spike has already lost the fight to move on from his demons. The reason he tells Faye to do so is so she doesn't end up like him, already dead, yet still alive. Still, Faye tries to convince him to stay, saying that Jet and Spike are the only family that she has. She can't lose him. She can't just let him die. But Spike simply states that he's not going to die, only to see if he's truly alive. Gun still pointed at him, he walks away, Faye's arm shaking. She fires the gun at the ceiling in defeat, sinking to the floor, sobbing.
Yeah, it's pretty
As
crazy.
Spike approaches Red Dragon, images of Julia, as well as Vicious, flash in his head.
That's
the three are
like-
bound by something otherworldly, their fates intertwined. The assassins are no match for Spike, only wounding him
Twitch
as he
chat
makes his way to the
says
top
Faye was
floor,
the best
where
girl.
Vicious
I hated
awaits.
Julia.
The two rivals stand facing one another, Vicious commenting that he's the only one capable of killing Spike, Spike noting that this goes both ways. During the duel, both Spike and Vicious are critically wounded, losing
What an
their
epic
weapons in
fight.
process.
The
They stare
second
down one
matchup.
another, and Spike finally notes to Vicious that Julia is dead, that they should finish this. They kick their weapons back to each other, Spike being stabbed in a vital point, Vicious shot dead, given a quick death, while Spike suffers a slow one at the hands of a snake, per Laughing Bull's prediction. Spike looks up at the sky, the camera focusing on his right eye, showing Julia inside it, this being the first time in the entire series that he truly sees her in the present. He sees the memory of Julia's final moments. She was able to get the words out to him.
これは夢ね。
His reply, simply,
悪い夢さ。
she
Dang,
passes on.
what a
Spike,
statement.
and it seems Julia as well, most likely influenced through him, follow a well-known samurai philosophy originating from Bushido. the way of dying. One is
The
already
Hagakure.
dead and only awakes as if from a dream upon passing. Spike seems heavily influenced by this way of thinking even before his first death, losing Julia for the first time. As he walks down the stairs of the Syndicate, the survivors in awe that he's still alive. Spike is cast in a great white light, with a happy, satisfied expression. It's here in this moment, upon death's door, that for the first time in years, he seems truly alive, truly present. He points a finger gun at the survivors, and the last words that leave his mouth.
Bang. Dang it, Space Cowboy, why'd you have to fall on those stairs for?
Cowboy Bebop can sometimes be difficult to understand just because the layout of the show, backstory and plot being drizzled through some episodes that just feel like the bounty of the week, like filler. But these sessions give a lot more depth to the Bebop crew. While the way I laid this video out makes it easier to understand, human emotions can be more difficult to comprehend than the overall plot of the show. All of Spike's actions are done for love. While they can seem a tad selfish, especially when he dismisses Faye's disappearance and chases the ghost of his love, for him, this is all life is. Love can be toxic, all-consuming, and for him that's exactly what it was. Unlike Jet, who found his lost love, but was able to say goodbye, Spike still burns deep, even after her death, unable to let go and say goodbye, instead rushing into death to meet her once again. All of the Bebop crew, as well as characters like Shin, Vicious, and Gren, are unable to let go of what they hold on to accept the present for what it is, bitter or angry about their
Very
past,
good observation.
afraid of what is
Very good
now.
observation.
A lot of characters share the statement, forget the past, live in the present, but funnily enough, none of them fully could, as the past can sometimes feel inseparable from the present. While Jet was content letting go, he still couldn't escape it from coming back into his present. Faye tried to hold on, but realized that there really wasn't anything to hold on to, helping her to appreciate what was right in front of her. Spike, on the other hand, never tried nor could shake the past, too in love with it, with the woman from it. His past consumed him, unlike the others. The deeper he went, the less of him there was to come back. He left the present the minute he left the Bebop, a place he was just passing time until the end of his journey came. Nothing there was able to anchor him to the present, and he tried as much to make sure of it. Jet understood this, which is why they got along so well, even at the end. While he wanted to stop his friend, he knew he couldn't. This is who his friend is, a man stuck in his past. Faye was far more unaccepting of the fact, afraid of losing him, understanding to a degree, but unwilling to say goodbye. Regardless, Spike faced the music, and met the fate that Laughing Bull described to him in Session 1, one he was more than content with reaching. Cowboy Bebop's point is that no matter how much or little you try to shake the past, it'll always be with you, come back to you. But depending on how you handle it, your outcome may change. Will you let go of it like Jet, find a solemn realization in it like Faye, or live in it like Spike? We all must reconcile with our past, but in the end, it's up to you and you alone how you handle it. After all, you're gonna carry that weight.
Oh, that was a cool way to end that. Welcome to the show, Space TTV Space Cowboy over on Twitch. That's so hilarious that you popped in just as I was watching this. Oh man, let me tell you something. Let me just find what I want to find here. One quick second. Let's see here. Let me just make sure I have this up. There we go. It can't be understated how much of a masterpiece this this series is. You know, hands down. Every beat, every plot point, every step of the way was spot on. There was a few little hiccups here and there. You know, some silliness and such, but it didn't diminish the whole story overall. Like it didn't have any profound effect. You know, a lot of the characters, you know, came out memorable. You know, very timeless. You know, saying very recognizable. Like if we see fishes, we already know it's Cowboy Bebop. That kind of situation. Overall, I gotta say, this was a very good presentation. of Cowboy Bebop. Nothing really was left. Nothing about this was, how do you say, left unresolved. There we go. You know what I'm saying? Every inch of conclusion got satisfied. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was nothing, like, I don't see any, like, each of our main characters had a satisfactory ending, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And that's a very, very hard feat to pull off in writing, where you could get every character satisfied. You know what I'm saying? You could walk away feeling satisfied for each character, you know. And the motifs, the thematics, the aesthetics overall are fantastic in every way. It didn't get bogged down on the uncanny. It didn't create any. It didn't create any unusual anything. It didn't. Nothing felt out of place. Basically, is what I'm trying to get at. You know what I'm saying? The stuff that we get to see throughout this series makes a lot of sense. The writers really did a very good job. They were very meticulous. They really crafted, and they made sure that all the characters had an ending. You know, all their plots were resolved. And aside from Julia, because I'm still trying to figure out why Julia didn't search for Spike. You know what I'm saying? She like just disappeared and just stayed disappeared, leaving Spike thinking she dead all this time. You know, it wasn't even that's the one part that was not fully elaborated upon. You know, I guess you know, but in terms of perfection, yeah, it was near perfection. You know, this is what I was talking about at the beginning, like Back to the Future. Back to the Future, you know, I had a few spots that, you know, that didn't make sense, but the overall writing, the characters, the characterization, all that stuff, you know, override that stuff. Like, why don't the parents remember Marty, kind of thing. You know, people pointed out, but nobody really cares, because the story was just good. And the same applies here. You know, any question that people bring up and try to say, well, you know, this is a blemish, nobody's gonna really care, because the story was so well executed, and even with that little blemish, it wasn't enough to really damage the whole story completely. You know what I'm saying? Like, it didn't wreck and ruin everything about it. You know, you essentially had a very good adventure. You had very memorable characters, especially Spike here. Especially Spike. Very fun. It did a good job in not letting the story get bogged down in grim and morbid and brooding, by including Ed, who was one of those rare instances where she could have gone so wrong. She could have been a very annoying character. She could have been the type of character where everybody would have wished go away. She could have been like Wesley Crusher, the Mary Sue type thing, you know, the near perfect. But she wasn't. You know, she was. They used her at the right points. They did give her a little adventure, you know, her own adventure that was not out of place. Didn't feel off or anything, and they got her out as soon as possible. She came very late in the series too, which is a very rare thing, because again, she was pegged as, you know, as the fourth leading member of the team, you know, and she didn't come in until what, 10, 11 episodes in. I forgot how many episodes she came. It took before we got to her, But it was a very long time before she made her appearance, and she left way before the series even ended. Like what, about 3 episodes? She left on Honky Tonk Woman. That was what, 3 episodes before the conclusion. That was like 3 episodes before the final episode. So just as just as out of nowhere she popped in, out of nowhere she popped out. So it is definitely a masterpiece in storytelling. I would definitely if I was like a professor at a like a writing arts major, or or some that deals with writing and such, I would definitely have this in the curriculum alongside Back to the Future in terms of how to pull off story executions and such. I would definitely do that. But I'm not a professor, so I am merely still the learner. I am merely the pupil. I am not the master. I was once the learner, so then I come back the master. But this was a great presentation. Definitely a nice summary of the story overall. Very well done, quite honestly, because Sock Sensei really went through the timeline step by step and had it and put everything in sequential order, and it really makes very clear precisely what Cowboy Bebop is about. And this was a very well executed video. And let me tell you something. It really puts into perspective just exactly how much the writing team was able to craft this masterpiece. I have to keep calling it a masterpiece because hands down, we could anybody can rewatch Cowboy Bebop and you'll be dedicating yourself finding all the little nuances to the whole thing, but most importantly, you won't be tired. You know what I'm saying? You won't. It's like that's why I compared to Back to the Future. With Back to the Future, if you spot it on television, you'll just you'll just link back and just watch it because it's a dang good movie, and you still walk away entertained. And Cowboy Bebop does the same thing. You come across it, you watch an episode, and you still walk away entertained. It's a very fantastic feat a very rare feat to pull off in writing, where you can always return and you're not tired of seeing it. You're not exhausted from seeing it. That you can casually come across it when you're flipping the channels and you're like, okay, I got something here. That's the type of storytelling and show Cowboy Bebop is. Where it's not, you'll just be like, oh, cool, Cowboy Bebop. I'll watch this episode, pass the time, and it's a truly great testament of how well Shinichiro Watanabe did this series. With the Yoko Kanno music, very, very fantastic music, and the voice acting, both in English and Japanese, did a great job doing it. The Cowboy Bebop is one of the few, very, very few English language dubs that was done with great execution and doesn't grate the ears and wear out its welcome. You could watch it in both languages, and you still get the fantastic performances out of it. What more can I say about this series? Like I said, to reiterate at the very start, Cowboy Bebop is the most important anime in North America. Out of all the shows that had come out from the 50s all the way up to now, Cowboy Bebop was the one that put anime at peak level and left it at peak level. And left it at peak level. Saying for from that point forward, it made it very clear to many parents especially the pearl clutching parents, made it very clear to people would be like, oh, anime, huh? Like they like to scream geek, nerd, the groups like that. Cowboy Bebop made it very clear that anime was here to stay, and anime was going to be part of American culture just as much as it is a part of Japanese culture. Not unlike Godzilla, which is as Godzilla is as American as apple pie, to us at this point. Anime Cowboy Bebop really made sure that anime would be Japan's cultural contribution to the United States and North America, of course, and all around the world too. It really made sure that that if of all the things that is Japanese culture, anime was going to be the one to be the best of Japan. There we go. The best of Japan. South Korea. Just to do a quick contrast, it's like how martial arts is the best of China, and now South Korea has the whole K-pop, the music industry. They're rising up big time with the music industry and K-drama, of course. The K-drama and film. Live action film, because not a lot of because even though we had like Akira Kurosawa, not many Japanese filmmakers were able to get able to heavily penetrate North America the way Akira Kurosawa did, but South Korea is definitely delivering with their films and their pop music. In the United States, like really adding something to the country, much like how anime added, put Japan into the fold as being incorporated along with Godzilla, and of course China with martial arts, with martial arts films and martial arts in general on a cultural level, being in addition to the United States, and Cowboy Bebop most definitely helped. With the anime, because just a reminder, before Cowboy Bebop happened, anime was seen as a pastiche between Astro Boy and the 80s, just something that would occur. In the 80s, it became it went up a level with the help of Voltron, Golion, Robotech, which was Macross, and then later on, at the end in 1989, Akira, which helped elevate that to the next level. But on a film level, with the TV level, it was still roughshod, because shows like Samurai Pizza Cat, anime like Samurai Pizza Cats, Dragon Ball. Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z, they were getting butchered up the wazoo by the localizers. Like, they were just really butchering Japanese culture and Americanizing it. Even Cardcaptor Sakura suffered the worst out of all of them. And Cartoon Network, to its credit, they really understood animation, not just cartoons, but animation, and the necessity of trying to preserve it as best as possible, and doing the Adult Swim to bring Cowboy and have Cowboy Bebop anchor that programming block, and calling Adult Swim in their marketing, telling parents, hey, listen, this anime stuff that you keep thinking it's for kids is not for kids. It has never been for kids. Well, technically speaking, they do have shows that are for kids, but the message was that the term anime would no longer be synonymous with kids. It will not be associated with cartoons, which is synonymous with kids, and anime would in turn be synonymous with teenagers to adults. That's basically what Cartoon Network did, and they put that on display with Cowboy Bebop and had it serve as the anchor series where Dragon Ball Z on Toonami served as the anchor series for teenagers. You know what I'm saying? Not children, teenagers, because they were able to get Gundam Wing, which is definitely something for teenagers and not little kids. where they were able to get Dragon Ball Z to serve as the anchor for teenagers in the anime. They got Cowboy Bebop to anchor adults in anime, and made it very clear that this whole 80s notion that cartoons is just for kids and it's a kiddie thing, because that was a very big point of contention in the 80s. Especially with the advent of The Simpsons, because, you know, the Pearl Clutchers and many parents were like, cartoons is for kids. What's the Simpsons stuff? It's horrible. Even though they had, you know, the Flintstones and the Jetsons on prime time back in the day. You know, this ridiculous stigma that animation is just a children's thing had to be really put to death, and anime helped out on that big time, and Cowboy Bebop most definitely dropped the anchor and put anime on the dock for good. Like it laid out the cement and jabbed the foundational building of anime, and said very clear to everybody, hey, listen, anime is for teenagers and adults. It's not cartoons. And having Dragon Ball Z and Cowboy Bebop serving as anchor series for Cartoon Network really helped elevate anime to the peak level, and it stayed peak. Even and like I had pointed out before, even with the little bubble burst that the anime industry had, where many of the localizers like Central Park Media collapsing and such, I think Media Blasters also collapsed. You know, despite those collapses, as well as a few stores getting burst, anime didn't lose the peak status. Anime stayed at the peak level. Still moving forward. It didn't drop to the point where stores like Best Buy said we're not going to carry anime anymore. Best Buy continued carrying anime. Amazon, of course, most definitely helped carry anime, and then Right Stuff, before it got bought out by Crunchyroll, continued selling anime. So it was like anime really just didn't die when it had that little bubble burst in the 2000s. And I wholly, in my opinion, attribute that to the fact that Cowboy Bebop was able to anchor down to the American populace, and the stigma of cartoons is kiddie, letting everyone know, no, anime is not cartoons, and it's not just for kids. It's for teenagers, and it's for adults, and it's gonna be that way culturally moving forward. And yeah, everybody was on board with it, and now to this day, and now today's parents, they're like, oh, that's anime. You know, my kid likes watching Naruto. Oh, my kid likes watching Gundam. You know, now it's a staple of American culture. And is now socially accepted. No more. They don't look at anime as being kids a kids thing anymore, like what happened in the 80s and 90s. So, and the localizers now are being respectful to Japanese culture within anime, and not butchering it and Americanizing it, calling the bean paste buns donuts. Or insult our intelligence by having characters like Yamcha saying, it's okay, everyone jumped out of the helicopter in time. No, they're dead. Nappa killed them. To this day, they died. So yeah, thank y'all for joining me for Cowboy Bebop. Sock Sensei, again, links down in the description below. Be sure to check it out. Check the channel out. Okay, everybody. That was a great night. This was a good night. This was a very good night. Let's see. Thank you again for the likes. Thanks again for the likes. Wow. Well, it's time to call it. because I have a long trip ahead. If any of you know how I can get and because I really wanted to do this, and I just want to reiterate because I could really use the help, because I have I got Warhammer Bolt Gun, Words of Vengeance, where it's like Typing of the Dead, but it's Warhammer. I wanted to play this tonight, but when I set it to window mode, it wouldn't let me move the window to my view screen that you see right up there. I need to find out how I could be able to do that without going into my system settings within my own computer and flipping it up and flipping it, because I want to do that for the next. I wanted to do it for tonight's dry stream, but I want to do that for the next dry stream. If you know how to how that could be rectified, I would be, I would. It would be a great help because it's gonna be a while before I can really get the budget to buy a Warhammer set. But I want to at the very least, play something Warhammer. Play a Warhammer game for you guys. Play my first ever Warhammer game in some capacity. And it fits because this is a writing channel, and so writing is all about typing. It's hilarious. And don't forget, everyone, don't hesitate to comment, like, subscribe, and follow this channel. Really appreciate all the help. Help with the algorithms and all that stuff. And don't be strangers on YouTube. The chat room is here. It's available. We've got all sorts of strange perks going on here, including Kimio emotes. I was able to spot up a couple of Kimio, well, as much as I could fit in for Kimio emotes. If you want to have fun with that, but just thought I'll let you all know I don't bite. All right, let's do the big thank yous for this week. Big thanks to everybody on YouTube who watched the videos this month. Everyone who commented, your research notes was very valuable. Thank you all for that. Keep it up. We're all here to learn. Everyone who subscribed this month, thank you all very much. Everyone with the likes, thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the support. Big thanks on the kick side to Casino Vibes for the lurk, Black Suit 0608 for the follow, 20 Yui for the follow. Handsome Chad, thanks for helping me out looking for a music generator. Odaba 1997T, thanks for stopping by and saying hello. On the Twitch side, KMKK, thanks for checking out my channel and giving me a chance to entertain you. Hawaii, it's great to see you again. Thanks for the lurk. Ranma Saltome, thanks for the follow. Coqui-san, as always, great hanging out with you on Japanese study night. Helping me with my practice and everything, practicing Japanese. That guy from somewhere, thanks for hanging out and giving and lurking. TJR thanks for redeeming Japanese vocabulary. Hope you enjoyed that. Ofen Corvus, thanks for hanging out for the week. It was pretty fun. Thanks to everyone who watched the VODs, everyone who was lurking, especially my work lurkers. I'm glad to help pass your time, pass your day, pass the time of day as you work along. Everyone who subscribed, followed this week. Thank you all. Let's see what else. Schedules. We're back to Monday through Thursdays next week. Study night Monday and Tuesday. Hopefully I can behind the scenes night on Wednesday and Thursday. I can get Kimio working on that live 2D. I'm really hoping for that. So for next week's research, I definitely want to do Ban, Knights of by Gikuk, Knights of Guinevere from Glitch. Animated versus animation, viewer recommended from YouTube. I'm gonna be researching that, along with, of course, Skibidi Toilet, Zombie Universe, Warhammer, and BattleTech. That's gonna be the research. I gotta finish up God of War, which sucks because we're going into October. So I'm gonna finish up God of War, and then once I'm done with God of War, then I'm gonna so basically Halloween gaming. I'm hoping if I could finish God of War up next week, I could then officially start Halloween gaming on October 6th. I got to finish Castlevania. Gotta finish up Castlevania, and I gotta finish up Alien Isolation. So hopefully next week I could get God of War done before that, or else it's gonna have to get shelved because I gotta get back on Castlevania and Alien Isolation for Halloween gaming. And just a note for those of you on the Try stream, Halloween night falls on Friday. So there will be Halloween gaming. I'll try to make sure everything is themed around Halloween. Hopefully, not just only do Warhammer, but I gotta do my annual haunted house gaming. So on the Atari 2600. Yeah, there we go. All right. Everybody, thank you all for joining me. TTV Space Cowboy, thanks for hanging out tonight. Thank you for hanging out tonight over on Twitch. That's it. Y'all have a great weekend, and I look forward to seeing all of you on the live stream Monday, 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Until the next live stream, everybody. Otsukare-sama deshita. I wish you all a good night. Buenas noches, and oyasumi nasai.